try and keep to that much time limit. I think all the participants are here, so let's stick to the time so that we can finish it in good time.
Uh, Sir, we are on YouTube right now, so we can start the session, sir, if you your permission, madam.
Yeah,
Yeah.
please. Yes.
I request to Shweta
Yes,
madam to please
please.
introduce our guest, please.
Good morning to all. Well, it's once said you can never cross the ocean unless you have the courage to lose the sight of the shore. A very good afternoon. I, Shweta Srivastav, on behalf of Prestige Institute of Management, Gwalior, is pleased to offer you a warm welcome to the technical session. First, best PhD thesis presentation of the 12th International Conference on Digitalization as Vehicle for Innovation, Organizational Growth and Effectiveness. I would like to take the pleasure to welcome our esteemed panelist, Dr. Kashif Hussain, Faculty of Social Science and Laser Management, Taylor's University, Malaysia. He has done PhD in Education, Administration and Supervision near East University, Turkey. His area of expertise in hospitality and tourism studies include service marketing, quality management, consumer behavior, tourist experience, business tourism, economic impact assessment, sustainable development, technology and innovation, and strategic management. Dr. Kashif Hussain currently serves as the head of school, Faculty of Social Science and Laser Management, Taylor's University, Malaysia, formerly Dean for Faculty of Hospitality and Tourism Management and at UCSI University, President for Malaysia Center for Tourism and Hospitality Education at Ministry of Education in Malaysia. He has guided several PhD, MBA, and PG students. He received the Best Paper Award, Excellence in Research and Innovation, World Hospitality and Tourism Forum, Seoul, Republic of Korea, Conference, Korea University in 2014. Also, he received the President Award, Excellence in Research and Innovation Competition, Taylor's University in 2013. He is the author of more than 130 referred journal articles, books, book chapters, and conference papers. Now, I would like to introduce our second panelist, that is Dr. Sonu Goyal ma'am, Professor, International Management Institute, New Delhi. Dr. Sonu Goyal is a professor of business and corporate strategy at International Management Institute, New Delhi since December 2008. Prior to that, she was a professor of business strategy at IMT Ghaziabad. She has done PhD from the Faculty of Management Studies, University of Delhi in area of strategic management. Her research area lies in industry and dynamics, strategies for the emerging market, sustainable development and CSR, innovative interventions for livelihood promotion in the informal economy,
Madam.
enterprise cluster development in developing countries. She has been guiding PhD FPM students in the area of strategy at IMI New Delhi and also an external guide for students of other business school and university departments. She has been the faculty for doing business in India course for the Omnium Global Executive MBA program of Rothman School of Management, University of Toronto, Canada, and St. Gallen University from 2010 to 2019 for 10 batches of executive programs. She has more than 20 years of experience and research experience. She has been the faculty for doing business in India course for the Omnium Global Executive MBA program. Her cases have been published in various books and journals such as Vikalpa and IIMA. She has also edited a book on green business. Now, I would like to introduce our third panelist, Dr. Jeevan Jyoti, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, University of Jammu. Dr. Jeevan Jyoti has rich experience of teaching and research in business education. Her area of interest are strategic human resource management, organization behavior, and entrepreneurship. She has received gold medal for the first position in AMCOM. She has also received Best Business Academic of the Year award in October 2010 and Manubai Amsha Memorial Research Award gold medal in December 2018 at All India Commerce Conference. She is associate editor of International Journal of Business Studies, review published by Kohat University of Science and Technology, Kohat, Pakistan. Dr. Jeevan Jyoti has 50 publications in reputed journals, international referred journals. Out of 50 publications, 29 publications in Scopus listed journals like Journal of Business Research, A rank, Personal Review, A rank, International Journal of Hospitality and Tourist Management, A rank, Cross Cultural Management, and many more. She is the member of SAP Advisory Committee, Department of Commerce, University of Jammu. She is also the chairperson of Sexual Harassment Committee, Maharaja Hari Singh Agriculture Collegiate School, Nagbani, Jammu, as well as chairman of Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace of Maharaja Hari Singh T.A. Vicent Public School, Akhnoor. She supervised more than 10 Ph.D. theses and 16 MPhil till date. Now, I would like to tell about the guideline of the presentation. First, time allotted to each presenter will be 8 to 10 minutes, including queries. Time duration may further be changed by the panelist. Put your mic on mute. You will allow to unmute yourself by the host when your turn will come. The decision of the panelist and organizing team will be full and final. All the participants are requested to remain in the session during the presentation, as one participant will complete their presentation and query. Then we will allow the next participant to present the thesis. So in this continuation, I would like to invite our first participant to present his thesis, Professor Sandeep Bhanot.
Thank you, ma'am. So, good afternoon to all the respected dignitaries.
Excuse me, sir. Sandeep, sir, excuse me.
Yeah.
All the participants are requested to please give your name on the chat box so we can make attendance. Yeah. I going to announce the name of the participant who going to present their thesis in the serial numbers. First of all, that is Professor Sandeep Bhanot. Second, B. Mamta. Third, Swati Chauhan, madam. Fourth, Dr. Kumar Mukul. Fifth, Arun Patwardhan, sir. Sixth, Sanjay Sarthi, sir. Seven, Dr. Parag S. Shukla. Eight, Dr. Jyoti Chandwani. Nine, Nitin Kumar Saxena. 10, Joshi Bharat Murlidharan. 11, Shalini Sharma. And 12, Dr. Tom Jacob. Please, all the participants are requested to please be ready in serial numbers. So, Sandeep sir, Jyoti madam, Sonu madam, Kasi sir, can we allow the participant to share their screen?
Yes, please.
Sandeep sir, you can start the presentation now.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So, good afternoon to all the respected dignitaries. I'm Dr. Sandeep Bhanot. So I'll just share my screen. So it's saying the disabled. So screen sharing is disabled, sir.
Yeah, it is now active, sir. Please, you share.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Sir, you can do full screen if you want.
Hello. Yeah. So am I audible to everyone?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. So the topic of my presentation is a study on the purchase behavior of high-end luxury lifestyle products. I had done this thesis from the University of Mumbai, and my respected guide was Dr. R. Srinivasan. I completed this in 2015. Yeah, going to the next one. One second. One second. So, ma'am, just 1 minute. I just.
Sir, if you have any problem, I can share on behalf of you.
Okay, sir. It's done. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, sir. As for the summary, this study will help us to understand basically the motivations for purchasing of luxury brands, and also understand what are the various luxury value perceptions among Indian consumers. And it also helps us to explain the potential of the luxury goods market in India, and it will give an insight into the consumer behavior regarding luxury goods. It also has a significant value in the area of research, especially in the marketing of luxury goods. And the main goal of the research was to evaluate the underlying determinants of the Indian consumer's intention to purchase luxury goods. So that was a basic summary of my thesis here. The keywords were luxury brands, purchase behavior, India, and Indian consumers. Going by the variables, the important variables, first thing was the attributes of any luxury product, wherein different studies were taken, like done by Horoichi and Du Bois and many others. Kapferer being one of the important authors in this particular study. Then another variable was the individual and social motivations of luxury consumers, where again a lot of research has been done by Johnson and many other foreign authors, as well as many Indian authors also have worked on this. Then regarding purchase behavior of luxury brands, that was the another variable. And finally, the influence of demographic variables on purchase of luxury brands. So these were the important variables I have taken in my study. So the research gap based on the literature review, which I found here, was that there have been a number of studies which had been done abroad regarding the luxury purchase behavior, like in Europe, US, Australia, and Asia. But there were comparatively less research done in a market like India, emerging market like India. And so this study will help us to understand the basic motivations for purchase behavior of luxury brands and understanding the perception of Indian consumers. Also, it will help us to understand the influence of demographic variables on the purchase of luxury brands, which had not been discussed in much of the earlier studies. And also, what is the need for luxury companies to target an emerging market like India? And so what all different strategies they can devise to target the Indian consumers. So these were some of the research gaps which I tried to fulfill by this study. So the objectives of the study was to understand the perception of people about what is a luxury product, what are luxury brands, and whether they buy luxury brands or not. Then to understand the different luxury value perceptions among consumers. Then to understand whether demographic variables like age, gender, occupation, income, marital status, and education influence the purchase of luxury brands. And finally, a conceptual model had been made to show the influence of demographic variables and the various dimensions on the purchase behavior. So I had considered one particular model developed by Dr. Widman in 2007. Studied that particular model and then tried to see whether that model can be applied in Indian conditions, and then also tried to modify that model as per the luxury purchase behavior of Indian consumers. So based on my study, the identification of variables was, my dependent variable was the purchase behavior of luxury products. Okay, what is influenced to buy luxury brands, intention, etc. And my independent variables were the different dimensions of luxury value, namely in which I considered here were financial value, functional value, individual value, and social value. And also I considered various demographic variables like age, gender, income, occupation, marital status, education, and religion. And income and marital status were moderating variables. And because of the independent nature, so they have been also taken as independent variables. So based on these variables, two theoretical constructs were developed here. So this first one was the basic model, which was studied by Weidman in 2007. I studied this particular model, wherein there were 4 types of values, that is financial value, functional value, social value, and individual value. Functional value was further divided into uniqueness value, quality, and usability. Social value was prestige, and what he had considered was conspicuous value, which I replaced it as snob value in my model, because in the case of Indian consumers, I found that snob value was a very important determinant of luxury behavior. So this was the new type of value which I considered in my model here. And in individual value, it was considered hedonic value, self-identity value, and materialistic value. So this was the basic theoretical framework which I considered in my study here. And so demographic variables was one part of the independent variables, and the other was the 4 main dimensions of luxury value, that is financial, functional, individual, and social value. And the purchase behavior of luxury brands was my final dependent variable here. Then the hypothesis one for each value, that is whether financial value has a significant effect on purchase of luxury brands. Similarly for functional value, individual value, social value. So I considered these 4 hypotheses corresponding to each of the 4 values. And the 5th one was whether there is any relation between demographic variables and influence to buy luxury brands. So these were the initial hypotheses. And then I also studied that whether there is any relation between demographic variables and intention to purchase the same brand, and whether there is any significant difference in perception of financial value, functional value, individual and social value according to the demographic variables. So my methodology was that I had taken a descriptive and a cross-sectional study, and the sample design which I took was the target population was basically individuals from the upper middle class and the middle class segment. And I considered judgment sampling and snowball sampling to get a list of around 2,000 respondents, and which were then stratified based on stratified sampling, based on income. And then the questionnaires were obtained. And the sample size was obtained using statistical methods. Like taking a confidence level of 95% and using the formula for sample size, the basic minimum sample size comes out to be around 384. And so my sample size was significantly higher than that. Also, I had taken since I consider factor analysis, for which there is a minimum sample size required of at least 500. So accordingly, I had also taken the sample size, wherein I also use the KMO test and the Bartlett's test.
Sandeep, you need to be fast because your time is running up. I think it is important for us to let us know, how your study has contributed to the theory and how your study has contributed to the practical implications. That is more important than going through whole presentation. Otherwise, you would need 20 to 25 minutes. So please wrap up. You don't need to repeat everything quickly.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. So as per the respondents, these were the basic distribution which I had taken from Mumbai, Navi Mumbai, Delhi. Bangalore was the next one, followed by Chennai, Kolkata, and Ahmedabad, to give me the final sample of 1,200. And this was based on the various studies. Accordingly, since the percentage of households of luxury buyers in various cities, I had taken it from the various reputed journals, and accordingly the sample size was taken here. For data analysis, I had considered various techniques like factor analysis, Wilcoxon Mann-Whitney U-test, Kruskal-Wallis H-test. Because why these non-parametric tests were used? Because this distribution was not normal as obtained by the KS test and the Shapiro-Wilk test. So that's why these non-parametric tests was used. And then structural equation modeling was used to test my model. And accordingly, it was found that the people of higher age groups had a lesser intention to purchase a brand. North and the West Indians had a higher uniqueness and snob value as compared to people from South and the East. Apparel, mobile phones, and watches were three important kinds of luxury products, followed by bags, shoes, and pens. And they were mainly bought from malls. So the main purpose was to study the different dimensions of luxury value, where I considered these four values, that is financial value, functional, individual value, and social value. And so the implications was that people buy these luxury brands because they are exclusive, they are aesthetic, they provide a superior quality, high brand identity. And so companies can use this study to inform the consumers about the high quality of their products and how they are exclusive and aesthetic. And so it will add to the existing knowledge. Presently, in times of Corona, they are also going to go more digital. In fact, phygital, that means physical and digital, so that they can develop a rapport with the consumers through the digital mode. So that is one of the important changes which has happened over the last 6 to 7 months. So the conclusion was basically that these four important values I have considered as my luxury dimensions. And cluster analysis was also used to divide the population into various segments as to which type of segments they consider most important. So these were the important things that was taken here, and that is my final presentation. So, thanks a lot for all the respective dignitaries.
Hi, how shall we have Q&A directly with the student once the student is finished, the other examiners?
I think one or two questions may be posed if it is required, because otherwise we're going to literally go up to almost more than 4 hours.
Yeah. Yes. That's what I was thinking. Maybe just one or two.
Yeah, maybe one or two. So
yeah,
I don't have.
I like to ask one question. Your model is nice, we looked at it, the way you have presented, but why did you just look at upper class and middle class in your sample? Because luxury brands and luxury things are usually more of an upper class or high income level people are using
so I had
in the market.
Both. Yes, I had considered both these segments, starting from the upper middle class and then going to the richer people. Since I found that people who have the income which I had taken was a minimum income of say at least 50,000 per month, going up to say at least more than 5 lakhs a month. So it considered the richer segments also, as well as the upper middle class, the new rich people. So that segment.
So did you find any, what was the difference you find in between these class when you made the comparison from your model?
One main difference which I found was that the upper middle class people, they bought these products mainly for showing the self actualization and mainly to getting contact with the people, the other high rich society people, whereas people of the higher income groups, like the very richer ones, they bought it more for their individual value. They were not.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Have you published your thesis?
Yes, sir. It's got published and it's also changed into a book also, published into a book also.
Very good. Thank you so much for your answer. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thanks a
Dr.
lot.
Sandeep, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me, was only the geographic area gave you the gap in the literature? Wasn't there any gap which was suggested by the literature? Because when you are talking about selecting a topic, it is the literature review. It is not the geographic area that tells you whether to conduct a study in India or abroad. What were the gaps in the literature of the luxury brands? Because none of the gap has been covered.
No, ma'am. One of the gaps was the consideration of demographic variables, that some of the earlier studies have not taken the demographic variables into account. So that
Can you name the paper?
Yeah, ma'am. I just go back to my earlier slide. 1 second. I had mentioned it in my earlier second slide. Yeah, ma'am. Some of like these studies, like which I had taken, yeah, Kyung Huang et al. And Hein, they had considered they had considered some of the variables, like say gender and few, and they had considered the brand image and other variables. But then some of the other variables which I took, like say occupation or ethnicity, etc., they were not considered in some of those studies.
But your implications are not as per your variables. If these were the gaps, then your implication should focus on these. As far as, just listen to me. As far as I can have a flashback into the luxury brands, there are a lot of gaps, which till 15, which have not been plugged by you. It is because PhD is a huge degree which you get in this aspect. So merely saying that demographic variable was a cause, or the economic or the geographical area is the gap, I don't think so. It amounts to for such a huge degree. You need to literally, you have taken only the 4 variables of the luxury brand, and one is their perception.
No, ma'am, what you're saying is right, ma'am. Like I had considered these demographic variables, and when I'd used cluster analysis, so based on the cluster analysis, I found that how people of different segments perceive the luxury brands in different ways. According to these values, like some had more of a snob value, some had more of a like higher of a functional value, others. So,
Mr. Sandeep Banot, it is already even in books that how different classes of people respond to different brands. It is already done. It is there in the published books. You take up the Kotler's book, you will find these outcomes.
Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. So demographic variables was one of the things, and the other things which I had taken was like the culture of the people, and like how it varies across ethnicity also, and the main things which they look at when they are going.
What was the outcome of the culture?
Ma'am, as I mentioned there, that people from the, like say ethnicity wise, people from the north and west, they had a higher snob value as compared to people from the south and the east.
Can you explain snob value?
Yeah, ma'am. Snob value meant that they have a higher tendency to show off their possessions. Like if, like say, if I compare, like as I said, north and the west with people from south and the east, so the reason why they purchase a brand is different as compared to the people in the other areas. Maybe say like suppose if I take a person from the south and the east, it will be more for their individualistic value, or say hedonic value. Hedonic means where it is more for getting pleasure, whereas in some areas people buy these brands. I mean, we cannot generalize it on that area, but then as which I had seen in my study, that there was certain section of people who bought the brands mainly to be in gel with the society and to be one among them, and so that I mean also they can show off whatever they possess. Because
thank you, Sandeep ji. My advice to you is, when whatever variables you have taken as the independent variables in the demographic profiles, they act more as a moderator in these relationships. If you look up at the review of literature, you will find that the culture status, it has been taken up, that how it affects the buying behavior remaining in the background, how it facilitates or weakens these relationships. So I just request you to have a look at these literature in future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thanks. Thanks to all the respected dignitaries.
Yeah. I mean, I think your PhD has been completed, so it cannot be revived and changed.
Definitely.
But just when you are looking at your future studies, you can.
I would like, thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite our next participant, B. Mamatha.
Thanks everyone.
Sanjay sir, you please stop sharing your screen. Sandeep sir. Mamta madam, please you start your presentation and share your screen too. Mamta madam, are you there? Mamta madam.
Dr. Rathore, I think
Yeah,
it will be better you take all the presentations and you share the screens so that we don't lose much time in between. And also, let's ensure that each presenter is not given beyond 8 minutes. There should be a timekeeper. We will just, so that they can come to the most important points, which is primarily the research gap, research design, and their findings and contributions. Right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So let's ensure that, because otherwise different people will take different amount of time, and that will not be justified for those who have taken the right time.
Definitely, ma'am. Definitely.
Yeah. So let's have a timekeeper who will, after 5 minutes, will tell that there is only 3 minutes left, and then in the chat box, and then after 3 minutes, the time is up.
Okay.
And then we can limit ourselves to 5 minutes of Q&A. Yeah?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so
Mamta madam, are you there? Mamta madam, please. Response on the chat box. Are you there?
Move to the next presenter.
Okay, next.
Yeah. Let's move to the next.
Swati Chauhan madam, are you there? Swati Chauhan madam. The next participant, Swati Chauhan.
Swati is also not there, sir.
Okay. Next, Dr. Kumar Mukul sir is there.
Yeah, Kumar Mukul is there.
Yeah.
I'm there.
Yeah. So you will share your screen, sir?
Yeah, I can share my screen.
Yeah, please. You start your presentation, sir.
I had requested for this the format what we had sent. I could not fit it in that because my thesis is a bit exhaustive and it is qualitative. So lot of verbatim quotes are there from entrepreneurs. So I had requested for my own format. I had informed prior to the presentation, but I will try to present the gist of the thesis within 8 minutes or whatever time is provided. Okay, sir?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah, thank you so much for consideration. So my thesis is actually on social capital of entrepreneurs as strategic resources in new entrepreneurial firms. And I did it from TISS Mumbai. It was awarded in 2018. And my thesis guide was Professor Satyajit Majumdar, who is head of Center of Social Entrepreneurship, School of Management and Labor Studies, TISS Mumbai. So I will just look at the core areas of the thesis. The relevance of thesis is very much because we are seeing a revolution in startups and entrepreneurship growth, and they are being seen as engines of growth of our economy, and they are obviously job creators. So they are very much relevant for a developing country like India. But there are challenges also, and also these startups are known for their ideas, but they also have challenges. So there is a unique situation where there is a plethora of ideas and innovation, and along with that, the unique challenges that the startup face. So we have to understand that what are the unique challenges of startups and what are the resources, why they fail so much, because research suggests that a number of startups actually fail. A lot of 70% or 80% startups actually fail. So what are the challenges they exactly face, and why they fail to make it up, and how they overcome the resource constraints, because a lot of resource constraints are faced by startup in the initial stages. So what are the things which are constraining them and how they overcome them? And also the context of the study, because in Indian context, not much research has been done in this area, especially in a tier 2 city. We know that Bangalore is a hub of startups, or even now NCR and Delhi region is becoming the hub of startup. But in North Karnataka, like Hubli city, which is a tier 2 city, Hubli Belgaum region, a lot of small scale industries are there and startups are coming up, but not much research has been done. So it makes a very relevant and pertinent issue to be discussed. Research has suggested that entrepreneurship is both having economic and social context, social aspects to it. So there are various ways in which entrepreneurship has been seen, and the social context has found enough relevance in the journey of entrepreneurs and the growth of entrepreneurship process. A lot of research has looked at the social context of startups, social context of entrepreneurship, and of late of startups also. And one of the things, major things which actually help the startups in overcoming their early stage resource constraints is the social capital they have. So which actually is coming from the networks. So the social capital concept itself is very traditionally very studied a lot in case of entrepreneurship also, and a lot of benefits have been found to be entrepreneurs having a lot of benefits through this social capital. So not whom we know, but whom we know is also as important, and not what we know actually. So that is the metaphor of our advantage. So a lot of advantages have been referred to. I'll just skip some of the slides. Indian context startups. There's a lot of gap in literature. When I was doing the literature review, I found a lot of people have talked about this gap of studies in this area, especially in the Indian context and early stage entrepreneurship context. There is a lot of gap. So I framed this research context to understand the social context of startups, how they mobilize resources, what are the types and characteristics of the social capital, and how they get benefit of them, and is it a strategic resource for the startups, and do the startup entrepreneurs have a strategic orientation towards it. So these were the research objectives, which was further broken down into sub-objectives, sub-questions. This was operationalization done. This was the conceptual map based on the on the research literature review, which I had done that. And the methodology I used was the multiple case design, because these kinds of study are found to be more useful if done in if the study is done keeping in account the social context based on the works of Ian case study method and all. So multiple case studies was built. Selection of cases was based on the theme of study and not focusing on generalization. Generalization was not the attempt. Selection was cases was to meet the objectives of research. So I selected this 15 cases from Hubli region, which were some of them were incubated and some of them have gone out of incubation. So these were the list of cases on which extensive cases were developed. All these cases are actually put in the thesis. And then use of qualitative data research method, initial coding and all I've done. For each case, I developed this conceptual map. All the cases were written also, and conceptual map for each of the case was done, all the 15 cases. And then within case analysis was done, and then cross case analysis was done. So on the basis of cross case analysis, dimensions, themes, and sub-themes were deducted. And these dimensions, actually the 7 dimensions were found. So these 7 dimensions actually were used for discussion. So for each, you see this dimensions on the left side, I have deducted from this data. So from data, sub-themes, themes was evolving, and then from them dimensions were there. So around these 7 dimensions, all the discussion happened. So all these discussions and major finding were based on the 7 dimensions. So the first discussion part was that the social context have major implications for the growth and survival chances of startups. And again, I have used the verbatim quotes of the entrepreneurs studied for the case studies, which were actually recorded and transcribed. So verbatim quotes were given as examples to support the arguments. So all these arguments were supported by these verbatim examples. So social context and entrepreneurs. For example, earlier family businesses has ready-made social networks, but now what is happening in the social context, new constituents are emerging. For example, incubation center. The concept of incubation center was not there earlier, or the online networking. It was not so prominent earlier. Now what is happening is that the family businesses are now not having an undue advantage vis-a-vis other entrepreneurs, because other entrepreneurs who are incubated or who are in who are using the technology more, or who are getting benefits from universities, So the difference between family business and the non-family business startups is actually reducing, but still the family businesses are still having lot of advantage because of their ready set of social capital sources. Then the business incubation center is emerging as a major source of advantage for them. So a lot of benefits are startups are getting through these incubation centers.
Kumar sir.
Yes,
Kumar sir. Sir, your time is going to over.
Okay, I will just wind up a little bit. Give me 2 minutes. So, yeah, so these incubation centers are giving a lot of guidance and on various managers. Some of them are engineers, so they don't have an idea about the marketing or managerial skills, financial problems they face. So on these inputs, on these they get a lot of inputs from the incubation centers. Okay, I will just go fast then. And then I also studied this how the weak ties and strong ties. Like strong ties are from family and friends and close friends, and weaker ties are through the institutional associations or formal workplace associations. So how they are helping them. So these are the major sources which was found to be the sources of social capital. For it can be formal association, it can be informal association, direct or indirect ties. Sorry. These were the major components of the social capital which help them in the bonding, trust, goodwill, reciprocity, reputation. It increases credibility also. So for each of these, I quoted this entrepreneurs as support. Now online social networking, for example, also was found to be very, very important. And then these propositions were framed for each dimensions. I told you these dimensions emerged from the data, and out of this, the propositions were framed.
Dr. Mukul, can you just tell us how your thesis has contributed, and just wrap up with that?
Yeah, this is the major theoretical contributions of the thesis.
So can you just tell us one or two contributions? Yeah,
so this thesis looks at the complete cycle of this entrepreneurship startups journey, and how this most of the earlier studies in this domain had looked at the benefits or how the benefits are there, but they have not looked at the whole journey of the startups. I have looked at the startups getting benefit through the social capital throughout their journey, and how diverse social capital, diverse nature of social networks help them in different ways. So the benefits are different for different types of social networks. That is another thing. Then the difference between family business and the non-family business, how it is being narrowed down because the emergence of newer forms of social constituents like incubation centers and even university campuses, how they are getting support from them. That is another thing. And the role of professional networks like TIE or different entrepreneurial clubs and all that is increasing. Then the impact of technology, like there is an emergence of online community. Earlier we used to have just face-to-face or real-life communities. Now we have the concept of virtual community, which is emerging through their online presence. And they get a lot of technical input sometimes, and they can meet with people.
Okay, I think we can now say that your time is up, because otherwise it can go on endlessly.
Okay,
I have only one question from you, and that is, you are saying that you're looking at the role of social capital across the journey in the life cycle of the entrepreneur. At which stage in this life cycle do you find the role of social capital the maximum, the most?
Yeah, so a startup journey, for example, they have different phases. In the early phase, they don't go to market. They just have product development, and they are working on the idea. So they are just working on the idea. So they don't need access to they don't worry about going to the market and all. But in that phase, suppose they need some technical inputs. Now, what used to happen in face-to-face earlier cases, that they were restricted to the people they know. They were restricted to the people they know to get ideas. Now they can connect on online community, as I say, online communities, and they can get from US or UK or any place. So the idea generation phase, they are getting benefits. Then the product prototype development phase, Then in the product prototype development also, if they have to do modifications, they can get a specific reviews from experts across the country, and in which the incubation centers are also helping them to connect with others. And again, the social capital comes into picture because they are incubated and they know their experts can guide them where to actually go, so they can get the product prototype development. Then in the third phase, when they are thinking of getting into the market, they get help like market research. Some of the engineers they told that we don't know how to do marketing research, for example. Now that kind of support is given by incubators or their colleagues at the incubation centers. So that kind of benefit also they get through them. And by looking at other incubation center, other incubatees there, they can get ideas about how to approach the market. What has been the failure of some of the startups? Those, for example, after this, some startups fail. So why they failed, that also can be learned by looking at the others in the incubation center.
It's primarily what you're emphasizing is that the ecosystem is more in place. Is it the ecosystem, the relevance of ecosystem, or is it really the requirement for social capital?
Yeah, it is an ecosystem which is acting as a source of social capital, but the ecosystem itself is changing in nature because the ecosystem is having new constituents. For example, online communities or online networks, that was not a major player in earlier days. So the ecosystem was basically more advantageous for the family businesses. But now the ecosystem nature itself is changing, which is including constituents like incubation centers and even university campuses. So the ecosystem nature itself is changing and it is bringing in more and more advantages. Online community has emerged as a major finding actually in this research. Because,
okay.
All right, thank you so much.
Mr. Mukul, just a query. Why you conducted the qualitative study when there is already a quantification of that? Even if you wanted to conduct the qualitative study, you could have gone for the triangulation. First, the qualitative, you have taken only the 12 startups. Am I right?
Yes. No.
And how can you say how you validated your study? Because when you are conducting the qualitative study,
yes,
the validity and reliability is very limited, and the subjective element of the researcher adds into the qualitative work.
Yes, ma'am.
It is recommended to conduct a triangulation study.
Yeah.
And for PhD, only 12 cases you have gone through. And can you tell me that?
Yeah, I will respond to that, ma'am. As far as the validity is concerned, it was more with the construct of the cases and how the cases were analyzed. If you look at the full thesis, it is a very exhaustive one, and all the cases were written in detail. And each case was following the protocols given by Eisenhardt and Yin and other case
You're not getting my point. I'm saying when there is so much quantitative variables available about the social capital, why there was a need for the social capital to be studied from the qualitative aspect? Because in this enters the biasness of the researcher as well as that of the respondent.
Ma'am, that quantitative things, they don't bring out these aspects because some studies which are embedded in the social context, they need to be studied by taking into account the surroundings and the ecosystem. For example,
that is what I'm saying, that a triangulation study, a combination is done. The qualitative, quantitative. It is called triangulation.
Yes, ma'am. Mixed method could have been done. Yeah, but that would have taken the study in a different dimension. I was not looking at generalization thing. I was looking at understanding from the perspective of the people who are doing it or who are involved in that. So I wanted to have insights from them.
Definitely, it is good. It is good, Mr. Mukul. What I am saying, because when you are doing the PhD, it is not a small degree. So you need to be perfect.
Yes.
So when you are studied it qualitatively, it was your duty to confirm it quantitatively, which you haven't done.
But
and another question. I shall be asking you. The variables which you talked about are very much limited to those 12 firms. Your study is limited to only those who can visualize the result.
Ma'am, see, in qualitative research, these insights and the variables are not limited to this. Variables are also studied in other, and at every stage, I have I have referred to the earlier studies, whatever be the variable I am talking about. For example, impact of technology or negative aspect of technology, every place I have used other studies also. So it is not like that I am out of sync of the other studies. I am aligned with the other studies, but only thing is that this is a study which is very much important to look at the ecosystem of the startups. And I have taken 15 cases, and the feedback I got at TISS is that you could have done double PhD in this. The amount means they said that you have done too extensive, so you could have finished in 7 if you were going very exhaustively. Because I did within case analysis and cross case analysis, so it became too much actually. 650 pages it became actually. So actually, I got a feedback that you could have cut down in this also, and you could you could have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And this
Take your study future.
Yeah,
I'm just suggesting that whatever are the result of your study in future, you can just use it in your quantify it and conduct a triangulation study.
Definitely, ma'am. Definitely.
Publishing your papers.
Yes, ma'am. And I'm happy to inform you that one paper has already been accepted in Emerald publication, a Journal of Entrepreneurship in Emerging Economies, and I'm in talks with Sage and Springer publication for the book conversion. So Sage is likely to happen for this.
Good.
Thank you. Yeah.
I also had some question, but I think I will skip. Thank you.
Please, sir. Please, I would like to have some insight. Please, sir.
It's all right, because we need to be, take care of time.
Just give your input, sir. I will value it.
No, thank you. Thank you so much. It's a good study, Please keep on. The point that looking at the point that is made that look at triangulation is an important point. In your future, you should also consider quantifying your studies aspects.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. I have noted what ma'am said, and definitely, this is an ongoing research. I'm still engaged in that. So I am working on more and more startups. So this is a field of area. I will definitely work on that, ma'am. And sir, thank you for your inputs. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much for giving opportunity. Thank you.
Now I'm going to announce the name of the next presenter. That is B. Mamta Madam. Mamta Madam, are you ready to present your paper? Mamta Madam, are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm here, sir.
I'm sharing your screen now.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
I'm just going to share your screen. Please be done.
It will be nice if presenters can also have their video.
Good afternoon, sir. So first of all, I would like to thank Prestige Institute of Management for giving me an opportunity to present my thesis for the 12th International E-Conference on Digitalization as a Vehicle for Innovation, Organizational Growth and Effectiveness. I'm very glad to present my PhD thesis, sir. So recently I have completed my PhD in the month of June for the topic Exchange Traded Funds and Index Funds in India, a comparative analysis. So now these exchange traded funds and index funds are the new innovations in the global capital markets, in the Indian global capital market. So what is exchange traded funds? It is tracks like a stock market index and trades like a regular stock. Whereas coming to index funds, it will track the performance of benchmark index of the market. So the first exchange traded fund came into existence in India in 2001, whereas in Canada 1989. Whereas index funds came into India, that is first existence in India in the year 1999, whereas in USA in the year 1971. Normally, there are three types of exchange traded funds are there: equity exchange traded funds, gold exchange traded funds, and liquid exchange traded funds. Equity exchange traded funds are those funds which are being passively managed funds aimed to generate the high returns. Whereas gold exchange traded funds, it is a stock market and gold investment will be there. It is purely based on the price of the gold and investment which is being made in the bullion market. Now, liquid exchange traded funds are those funds which are being used in order to minimize the risk. So like we can say money market instrument and short-term government securities. Now there are two types of index funds are there, passively index fund and active index fund. Passive index funds are those funds which is going to select the same index which is being listed, that is the NSE and BSE we can say. Active index funds are those funds where the fund manager will do a complete research on the fund and select the best fund among the wide range of investment funds. I have made a survey of literature based upon like I have seen that the studies has not been made a comparative study between the exchange traded funds and index fund. So I have taken this topic for my study. So total number of articles I have referred 52, number of thesis 9 and number of reports is 4. My objectives of the study to present the trends in the index fund and exchange traded funds in India and also the regulatory framework, to analyze the performance of equity index funds in India. Like in this second objective, I have taken how many equity index funds are been there from the day it has been launched till 2017, and I have taken the NAV, I have calculated the CAGR and I have found it out. For the third objective, to analyze the performance of equity exchange traded funds in India. So I have taken the NAV value, daily NAV value, I have converted into the yearly value, then I have calculated the CAGR, then I have known the which is the topmost the fund is been there. Then in the fourth objective, I have made a comparative analysis for the both exchange traded funds and index fund. My last objective is to analyze the perception of the investor of exchange traded funds and index funds. Now my period of the study for the index funds are from the year 1999, from the year of inception 1999 to 2017, that is 18 years. Then for the exchange traded funds from 2001 to 2017, that is 16 years of data. My sample size is 46. I have taken all 46 equity index funds which are there in India and 38 equity exchange traded funds which are been existing in India. I have used both.
Mamta madam, sorry for interruptions. Please you share your video.
Yeah. Yes, sir. I have started the video, sir.
Okay. Continue your presentation. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So I have used both primary data and secondary data. Primary data, I have administered a questionnaire and I have collected the data. Secondary data, I have used the fact sheet, SEBI manuals, AMFI reports and internet. With the help of that, I have collected through secondary data. Parameters, I have used the net asset value, risk, return, tracking error, reward to variability and differential return. Now, my hypothesis, my first hypothesis is there is no significant difference in the return of equity index funds and equity exchange traded funds. Whereas my alternative hypothesis is there is a significant difference in the return of equity index funds and equity exchange traded funds, where I have just calculated the NAV value, I have calculated the return for the first hypothesis. For my second hypothesis, I have just used the chi-square test and I have used the demographical factors to know the satisfaction level between the investors of both equity index funds and equity exchange traded fund. So my null hypothesis is there is no association between the demographic factors and satisfaction level of investors of equity index funds and equity exchange traded funds. My alternative hypothesis is there is an association between the demographic factors and satisfaction level of investors of equity index funds and equity exchange traded funds. I have used the statistical tools, averages, standard deviation, coefficient of variation, alpha, beta, Sharpe, coefficient of determination, chi-square test and t-test. My chapterization, first chapter introduction, second chapter is an overview, what is index funds, its benefits, types, then exchange traded funds, its introduction, then its types. The third chapter is performance of equity index funds in India. Fourth chapter, performance of equity exchange traded funds in India. Fifth chapter, a comparative analysis between the equity index funds and exchange traded funds. My sixth chapter is investor perception towards the exchange traded funds and index fund. And my last chapter is summary and conclusion. Now, index funds and exchange traded funds in an overview. First mutual fund was came into existence in the year 1987 with one. By the year 2017,
Excuse me, Ms. Mamta, I think you will not be able to complete your presentation if you keep on just shuffle through the slides and come to your findings and contributions.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Next slide, sir. Yeah. Here, my findings for the second chapter. The index funds was been started in the year 1999 with one. By the year 2017, it has been increased to 46, and the overall growth rate of index fund is 23.1%. Then, in the case of exchange traded funds, as it was came into existence in the year 2001, it has increased to 38 by the end of the 2017. So, the overall growth rate we can see for the index funds 25.53. Then there are total 54 exchange traded funds are been there. Out of that, 38 are equity exchange traded funds are there, 14 are gold are there, and 2 are liquid ETFs. Next slide, sir. Now here the performance, when we come to the performance of equity index funds in India, here the principal index fund is having the highest risk is been there. When we see the standard deviation, it was 13.98 is been there. Now the reason here why there is a more risk is been there means this principal index fund mid capitalization fund has been got redeemed on 22nd August 2014. Now I have used the correlation coefficient I have been used. So I have calculated the calculated value is 0.934, where we can say that there is a high positive correlation between the equity index funds and the NAV value. Now these are the newly introduced equity index funds are been there. In the year 2000, on January 1st, 2013, the SEBI has been mandated for the index fund to launch the direct funds. Now what are direct funds means? Directly the investors who have been planning to invest, they should not involve with the fund manager or the agents. Directly they can go and invest in the index funds. So these are the newly introduced funds which have been launched on 1st January 2013. So there are total 22 are been there. Now these are the redemption funds which has been taken place on May 1st 2014, and that is the Canara Robeco and the Franklin BSC. These are the 4 funds which are been got redeemed. Now, the findings from the third chapter is principal index fund mid cap is having the highest risk. Just now I said 13.98 as it has got redeemed 22, that is on 22nd August 2014, and the lowest risk is there for the HDFC Nifty plan, that is 6.7%. So as SEBI has mandated mutual funds to compulsorily launch a direct plan for direct investment from 1st January 2013. So Canara Robeco Index Fund Direct Plan occupied the first rank with an average return. That is the highest average return is been there for the Canara Robeco. Now, by the reason why it is highest return is been there means as it is a banking sector are been there, most of the people are investing in this fund. So as that is the reason, so it is having the highest return. It is found that, okay. It is found that all the index funds are showing a positive Sharpe ratio, justifying the risk taken for earning a return. If we want the more return, then definitely we need to go with the more risk factor also. Then, sir, last point, sir. Franklin India Index Fund BSC Sensex plan was been there, which has got merged with the Franklin India Index Fund. Previously, it was BSC Sensex was been there, but it has been merged to the NSE Nifty plan from August 2022 2014. Yes, sir. Next slide, sir.
Mamta madam, 10 minutes has been over to you. So now you requested to please go to the main slide in which you want to give your final analysis or output.
Yeah.
Please conclude. Please conclude.
Okay, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am. Like I have calculated the.
On this slide, there is conclusion.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Previous slide, sir. Previous slide. Yeah, I have used the chi-square test. This is my second hypothesis, sir. So in my second hypothesis, as I said that I'm going to take the null hypothesis that there is no association between the demographic factors with the satisfaction level of the investor. So here I have taken the, have calculated the chi-square test, and I have used there is no association between gender and satisfaction level. So here the p-value is more than 0.05. So we are accepting the null hypothesis. So we can say that there is no association has been there. The same thing, have used the age also, age and satisfaction level, then occupation and satisfaction level, and income and satisfaction level. For the three cases of gender, age and occupation, where the p-value is more than 0.05. Whereas in the case of the income level, the value is less than 0.05, and where we have been rejecting the null hypothesis, where we can say that there is an association between the demographic factor of income with the satisfaction level. Why? Because depending upon the income of the individual investor, they will try to invest in the either the exchange traded funds or index funds. So depending upon the income, it is going to differ, sir. Next slide, sir. So this is the my sixth chapter findings has been there. Just now the table format what I have shown, it is have been given, sir. So I have used the Kritzi-Morgan model for my sample data. So according to Kritzi-Morgan table, where the population is been unknown, we can use the 385 as the sample size. So I have taken 400 is my sample size, and I have taken 200 investors for exchange traded funds and 200 investors for the index funds. And I have used the data reliability test of Cron-Barnes alpha, where I have got the value of 0.85. So I have used. So what these are the areas for the further research has been there, sir. Sir, previous slide, please. Previous, please. Areas for further research. Yeah. So the study has been made on the exchange traded funds and index fund in India. A comparative analysis I have taken. Whereas in further also we can go for problems and prospects of marketing strategy on the Indian mutual fund industry. Or we can just say, we can just select a mutual fund, only equity funds, and we can go for that. Or only we can just select the liquid fund and we can go for that. Or we can take all 14 gold ETFs and we can just go for the further research, sir.
Thank you. Mamta,
Ma'am,
please tell me
yes,
how you framed, what led you to frame these objectives? What led? How you framed, on which basis you framed the objectives?
based upon my chapterization, ma'am.
No. When you go for objective selection,
Yes, ma'am.
Which review, which paper gave you the gap to study these?
Actually, no, ma'am. I have when I have referred the articles and thesis, no, ma'am. So I did not find any comparative study, ma'am, regarding the exchange traded funds or index funds. Only
you're not getting my point. You in the last you have given us certain hypothesis.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm asking you, from where did you? Which are the papers which asked you to compare the satisfaction level or demographic level? Which are the papers? It just look up that you have just started a study without any research gap. Which are the papers which are asking you to conduct a comparative study? Can you name 1, 2, 3 papers which have given you this gap?
No, ma'am.
So it means your review of literature is very weak. And how did you get the data from certain databases or you contacted the respondents?
No, ma'am. Personally, I went and I have collected from the investor on NSC, BSc, and with the fund managers.
Okay. How you contacted, how you selected these people? What was the sample methodology?
Like Kritzi-Morgan model, ma'am. Kritzi-Morgan model. I have used 385 is my sample size.
How you contacted the respondents?
Questionnaire, ma'am.
How you contacted? Your sample size came to 380. Out of total population, how you contacted the 380 people? It was only you went and whosoever was there, you contacted that person. So there is no sampling methodology with your research. And as far as I find a huge gap when you are talking about the review, I suggest you that whenever you take up a research, it has to be based upon the review, the gap given by review. Only then you will be able to publish in good papers. Elsewise, the good journals won't accept it. Researchers' biasness is the most, I think, the area which should be avoided. We should not be subjected. We should have a proof that this is the proof. That's why I conducted this study. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, I like to ask in your
Yes, sir.
study, what are the two major findings or three major findings that you can say that this study has contributed in terms of theory and practice?
Sir, actually, no, sir, I have calculated the tracking error, sir. Tracking error I have calculated on a daily basis, sir. I have taken the number of working days for each fund. Then I have calculated the annualized return for both. I have taken each fund, their annualized return, and I have taken the benchmark return, sir. Then I have calculated the active returns. I have taken the top 5 rank annualized returns of all the funds, all 48 funds.
But other researchers are not doing this.
Sir,
It
active
is only
returns.
you have been doing this.
Sir, active returns has not been done, sir. Active returns, tracking error, active returns, sir.
So just highlight what are the three major findings that contributes to theory and practice.
One is I have used the Cronbonge alpha reliability test and have been proceed further for my research. And second one is I have used the factor analysis.
Thank you. These are methodological issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
I have
Thank
no
you.
more
I think we can start with the next presentation. Thank you so much.
Yes,
Now,
yes.
Next presenter is Avdut Arun Patwardhan, sir. Sir, are you ready to share your screen, please? Avdut Arun Patwardhan, sir.
Yeah, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, please share your screen, sir. Start your presentation.
Give me a moment.
Yes, sir.
And also share your video, please, while presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, I have already shared, sir.
Thank you.
Is my screen visible to everybody?
Yeah, it is visible.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Respected Dr. Kashif Hussain, sir, respected Dr. Jeevan Jyoti ma'am, and respected Dr. Sonu Goel ma'am. It's my pleasure and honor to present my thesis in front of you. The thesis is titled as a study on internet usage patterns of general physicians and specialists for devising internet-based pharmaceutical promotions. This study I have pursued at National Institute of Industrial Engineering, NITI, Mumbai. The thesis was submitted in the year 2016 and was awarded in the year 2017. I have conducted this study under the guidance of Dr. Neeraj Pandey. And in order to give you the perspective, there were some contextual developments that have helped me in pursuing this particular study. And one of the important aspect of it is the role and relevance of promotions that is there, especially in Indian context. All those pharmaceutical promotions are directed to physicians, wherein the authority of writing prescription is there with the physicians, and that's why they are directed to physicians. However, second important thing is direct to DTC, direct to customer advertising is not allowed in India. That's why legally all those pharmaceutical firms, they have to target to the physicians. And an interesting aspect that has happened in the year 2012, the definition of pharmaceutical promotion got revisited, and Organization of Pharmaceutical Producers in India, they have started including the changing context, the technological context. They have included internet in the definition, and internet could become a medium for pharmaceutical promotions, and that's how this entire journey started. However, even though the traditional mediums of communications are operated, their effectiveness got reduced because the study that was presented by Mishra and Bhatnagar, Sushil Kumar Mishra and Bhatnagar in 2010, that study indicate that MRs, that is medical representatives, who are considered as a key contributors in pharmaceutical promotions, they are not getting sufficient time in interacting with the doctors. However, for prescriptions in India, the brand dominance is something that is considered. Therefore, taking all these aspects into consideration, it was very much important for the pharmaceutical industry specifically to study how physicians are using internet. And when it comes to the usage aspect, I have started identifying a certain literature, and in one of the paper that was published by Kane Masters in 2008, that paper indicated that even though physicians' internet usage is being studied, majority of the studies are of a descriptive in nature, and the theoretical rigor is missing. So taking that aspect into the consideration and taking the contextual relevance into consideration, I have decided to go ahead with this particular study. As a part of it, the first thing which was very much essential to identify which theory will be suitable in order to analyze this particular phenomena. So I have used a model or a framework that was proposed by Sun and Wang in 2006. They have mentioned that Marcus and Robbins causal structure framework is a useful framework to identify the theory. So taking that aspect into consideration, and with a pilot study of 100 physicians, we could conclude that the TAM model will be an appropriate model for studying physicians' internet usage. However, certain limitations were identified as a part of this particular study, and those limitations indicate that TAM model won't be a sufficient model, because of all those TAM constructs are well researched constructs. And as a solution to this, some researchers, they have suggested that the theory of IDT, that is innovation diffusion theory proposed by E.M. Rogers, need to be integrated with TAM model, or the another theory wherein the individual factors or role and relevance of individual factor may be integrated with the TAM model. So taking this particular aspect into consideration, you could see in the model, the initial part, that is the TAM model, is retained as it is, and the other constructs from the theory, IDT theory, that is complexity, compatibility, trialability, observability, relative advantage, and also from the individual perspective, that is the optimism of an individual, innovativeness of an individual, insecurity and discomfort of an individual, they were taken into consideration. So broadly, this study, the purpose of this study was to look into how these individual factors and technological factors impact the TAM model, and also to capture the usage behavior of physicians and general physicians and specialists. So as I have already mentioned about what motivated me to pursue this study, taking that particular contribution made by masters, this rigorous effort of theory development or conceptualizing this particular model was done, and it was further extended. I would like to skip this particular slide, which just mentions about the hypotheses that are considered and that are formulated. However, I would like to emphasize on the methodological part more. The nature of this particular study is a survey research, and sample design, the target population was general physicians and specialists. The definitions were considered from the IMA definition that was proposed over here, and as a part of specialists, the dentist and dermatologist were considered. The sample frame, the list was used, that is published by IMA Mumbai and IMA Pune. for collecting the sample. The method which was used was the snowball sampling, as a very it may be treated as a purposive snowball sampling. However, a very specific population was taken into consideration. A self-administered questionnaire was used for doing the data collection, taking that the total number of items and the 5 respondents into consideration. Initially 400 respondents were targeted. 368 questionnaires were distributed. Out of that, 352 questionnaires were received back. And however, further taking the respondents' bias into consideration, about 50 questionnaires were not considered further for doing the analysis. In order to check the consistency of the survey instrument, a reliability analysis was conducted for every construct, and it was consistent, or the analysis revealed that the instrument was consistent enough to capture what it intends to capture. In order to explore the underlying factor and also to confirm whether the constructs are as per the theory, rather the construct validity and discriminant validity, exploratory factor analysis and further confirmatory factor analysis was considered. Structural equation modeling was used for doing the hypothesis testing. And as I have initially mentioned, that the major objective was to check whether the individual factors and technology factors impact the TAM constructs. You could see that the portions are highlighted, and you could see that the traditional TAM relationships were supported. However, it was found that optimism was also found as an factor that is impacting perceived usefulness, which means majority of the physicians and specialists, those who are optimistic to use that particular internet as a medium for pharmaceutical promotion, the pharmaceutical industry may target them. Again, these parameters could be used for profiling those physicians, as these are the individual factors which are coming in the picture. It was also found that observability acts as one of the significant factors that impacts perceived usefulness, which means somewhere in some cases the physicians and specialists need to be motivated with the help of the positive results of technology usage by the pharmaceutical marketers, and then they can be incorporated for the internet-based pharmaceutical promotion. Also, the compatibility is an important aspect. So those physicians who found it compatible with their work, they can use it. One of the interesting aspect of the study is we could see that internet is being used, AUPR, that is internet was being actually used for professional and personal reasons. So by doing that, a better clustering or better segmentation can be done by the pharmaceutical industry. And while explaining the previous slide only, I have captured these results and the discussion part of this particular study. However, this study again brings in some research implications, that is the study is rigorous enough, theoretically rigorous enough to justify the internet usage of physicians and general physicians and specialists, especially in the Indian context. However, managerial implications I have already mentioned, and they were further supported. The methodology proposed by Parshuraman and Colby is available, which can be used for a better segmentation by the pharmaceutical marketers. Few things that this study has contributed is provided empirically tested conceptual model, which is again developed on the basis of theoretical rigor. So I think this is what I wanted to present. I thank PIM for giving me this wonderful opportunity and allowing me to present my work in front of the panel members. Thank you so much. I may be contacted on these contact details, and thanks again.
Okay, Mr. Patwardhan.
Yeah, ma'am.
You have used EFA, CFA, and SEM. Can you show me the integrated model of your study?
Definitely, ma'am. Definitely.
Yeah.
Am I allowed to use the
No,
other?
no. These can be the individual results. I'm asking you, give me a graphical presentation of your variables.
Yeah, it is there. Am I allowed to exit this presentation and I can show you a document wherein that particular model is there?
Yeah. I want to see how the integrated model came.
Sure. Also, ma'am, one important thing would like to bring to your notice. The integrated model was compared with the TAM model and efficacy of TAM model, and it was found that integrated model offers better results. I already have got my paper published. So give me a moment. I'm sharing that. I'm sharing that. In my synopsis, which I have submitted to the organizers, that I think that particular model is included. I'm opening that.
No, I want the outcome model.
Yeah, sure.
Tested.
I'm showing that. I'm showing that. Yeah. It is taking some time, ma'am.
You should have kept them open.
Okay. My apologies. Yeah. Is the document visible now?
Yes.
Yeah. Give me a moment, ma'am. Yeah, this is the conceptual model, which is again mentioned over here. However, I can show you the structural equation modeling also.
Hurry up, sir.
Just a moment, ma'am. Yeah, this is the TAM model which was initially checked, and this is the model, ma'am.
Okay, but there are no outcome. There are no it is just it's still not tested model. There are no.
Just a moment, ma'am. Path coefficients you wanted me to show. Yeah. So these are the results. These are the results. They are in front of you. I think I have used that particular thing in my presentation.
Okay, Mr. Patwardhan, when you are using the structural equation modeling, you should be very clear that what were your latent constructs and whether they were validated, what is the result of validation, and you should be very transparent in their presentation. What I find that it is not transparency. It looks like, again, you are giving me a conceptual model instead of what is tested model. So whenever you go for such things, you should be ready. You should be ready for the transparency.
Right. It is there, madam. I was not aware that the evaluators may ask for this particular question, but it is there. I may share with you.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
Sir,
Mr. Hussain.
Hi. Yes, I like to ask, what was the motivation of your study to look into pharmaceutical area?
Sir, I worked as a medical representative for about 2 years, and while interacting with doctors and everything, there was, I think it was somewhere that connect I was having. So it also.
Are you still in the same industry, same profession?
No, sir. I have shifted to academics. At present, I am working with MIT World Peace University, Pune, and I'm working as an assistant professor.
Just one question. You present your research framework. Your research framework is very blank. You have 3 major dimensions in your study. So when you are presenting your research framework, to someone, to a layman, for example, who is the person who will be studying your thesis? Your thesis will be studied and listened by many other students, you know. And students, they are at their preliminary, knowledge or going through their programs and trying to learn different things. So they may not have a greater idea of what your actual model is. So I would advise, if you are doing future publications, if you're doing any future work within this area, when you're presenting research frameworks, have all these dimensions labeled properly. By putting all the IVs in one side and the other side, it doesn't really give a picture what are the major dimensions behind your study.
Yeah,
conceptual dimensions behind your study.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you for this perspective, sir. Only thing is that I just strictly followed the template prepared and shared by the organizers.
It's all right. No need for justification.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But
you.
definitely, it's a wonderful insight, and I shall continue. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Dr. Patwardhan, just one question, because you have shared the model, the TAM construct model.
Yeah.
Through your thesis, which were the additional constructs that you could, discover based on your findings?
Ma'am, my perspective was not to do any theory building. So that is the reason, one of the reasons I have used structural equation modeling, which is a prominent methodology used for theory testing. So this conceptual model that is integrated model that is proposed is more on the theory testing side and not for the theory development.
So you just ended up testing whatever existing construct is, and
Yes,
through
madam.
your entire study, you could not discover more constructs which would actually enhance this.
Yeah, ma'am. May I?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, two important constructs that I could look into, or they have resulted into are on the usage side. And as I have mentioned, or I think in this document I have shown you, AUPR, that is actual usage for professional reasons and actual usage for personal reasons. Those were the two important constructs they have emerged. And I think they may act as a segmentation parameters for the pharmaceutical industry, because those who are using more on the professional side, I think they may be targeted by the pharmaceutical firms for the internet-based pharmaceutical promotions or any digital digital promotions.
Yeah, because the reason I asked you is that, you've been from the industry, you've done this very in-depth study. So in terms of theory building, if you could contribute little more through this, it would really help the future researchers.
Definitely, ma'am. Definitely. It's an interesting insight. I have never thought in that particular direction, but this may act as a motivation, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Good work.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am.
That's all from my side. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Arun sir, for nice presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Now, I would like to invite our next participant, Sanjay Sarthi sir.
Hello. Hello. Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. So just a minute, I'll share my screen.
Arun sir, please you stop sharing your screen.
Yeah. Just a moment. I'm doing that.
Sanjay Sarthi.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
It got minimized. I don't know. Give me a moment, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it is done.
Yeah.
Done, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Just a minute, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Sir, you can share the screen because I'm not able to share. If you don't mind, you can share the screen, sir.
Okay. Oh, I am going to share your screen, sir.
Yeah, it will be a bit faster.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Sarthi. I have submitted my thesis in Pacer University in Udaipur under the guidance of Kiran Vasant and Nitin Manohar. My thesis topic is conspicuous consumption of low-income consumer in Bombay. Sorry, you can go to next slides. The summary is the conspicuous consumption is not studied in the context of consumer behavior and branding, marketing, and sociology. And it was always studied with the wealthier people. However, our thesis concentrated and focused on which was ignored the low-income consumers. So we focused on low-income consumers. So our aim is to understand, analyze the different perspective of conspicuous consumption and its variables that influence low-income consumer in Bombay in India. So in the study, we found that situational occasions, the variables like situational occasions, product uniqueness, brand features, high involvement product, and impacted by opinion leader and social gains is having a significant. So the keywords are conspicuous consumption, low income consumers, and Bombay. The variables what we have taken for this study is situational occasion, the social situational occasion, and the product uniqueness, and brand associates internal and external, and high involvement products, that's emotional high involvement products, opinion leaders, impacted by opinion leaders, and social gains. So in all these variables, all top are the antecedents. The last one, social gains, we have taken as a consequence, which we want to test it for the significance impact. So research gap is conspicuous consumption is always studied with the wealthier people. It is always understood as a process with the wealthier people as per the Veblen. So there is a huge gap is there. There is no empirical research carried out for the low income consumer. So the gap lies over here. We have done the study for the same. Next slide, sir. So objective of the studies is to understand the concept of conspicuous consumption, low income consumer with available research, and identifying the gap, then establishing the variables, then conceptual framework is done, and the hypothesis is empirically tested, and finding has been shared for the managerial implication and research implications, and future research is listed. Hypothesis of the study is conspicuous consumption is especially planned for different situational social occasion like marriages, others. Low-income consumers prefer the visible consumptions. Conspicuous consumption is influenced by brand features. Conspicuous consumption is significant for the high involvement product and impacted by the opinion leaders, and they indulge in this conspicuous consumption to achieve social gains. So the detailed research methodology, what we use is research approach is deductive and inductive. Descriptive design has been taken. Sampling unit in Bombay region, Dadar and Dharavi taken, where it is a large slum. So target population is low income consumers. Sample size we have taken 700. We approached 1,400. 700 was respondent. And the data analysis, qualitative as well as quantitative has been done, and validation and ethical consideration was done as per the norms. So we have used a mix like qualitative and quantitative. Qualitative, we studied the in-depth of conspicuous consumption and low-income consumer with available research. So if you notice that Veblen, Delsbury, and Goldsmith are the few of the authors who have always established the literatures with the wealthier people. There is no one to establish for the low-income consumer. So later to that, once the conspicuous consumptions we have studied in details, and low-income consumer is taken as a target population. We have tested for empirical research. Co-batch reliability test was carried out with using a Likert scale, and KMU measures as well as Barrett test is test for the instruments and the consistency of the data collected. Next slide. So next slide. So before slide, sorry, before slide. So then principal axis analysis was done, and the loading factor, with the loading factor we have made a graph also. Hypothesis was tested with a paired correlations t-value and verified whether it is significant, that is significant or not. Next one. So how we are calculating, how we have targeted, our target population is taken as per the central and state government. EW is economical weaker section, where it defines the low income group is 1 lakh to 2 lakhs, and also under the RRY Rajiv Rin Yojana adopted by Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, which is taken for our research. So thus the low income consumer assumed where the family income ranges from 1 lakh to 2 lakh as per the policy. So low income consumer we have taken from Dharavi and Dadar, where 8 lakhs populations are there. 1,400 people were approached, 700 were respondent, where we asked the self-designing questions to indicate whether they practice the conspicuous consumption. In that, 424 people were responded, whose salary range is 1 to 2 lakhs. Low income consumers, after 1 to 2 lakhs have been taken further for the empirical research. Next slide. Based on the demography, 421 people who have 1 to 2 lakhs have been qualified for our empirical research. Next one. So age-wise data have been given where 25 to 35 is around.
I think you can
48%.
skip these slides.
Yeah.
Mr. Sarthi, you can skip.
Yeah. So all these demographic were analyzed. Education. So further to that, for the checking the instrument, for verifying the instrument, reliability test was done for all the hypotheses with the questions, which 0.9 has come, which is a strong positive. In somewhere else, a 0.8 and 0.7, which is a excellent, average and good is come. So next one. Further to that, Burlett, KMO and Burlett test has been calculated, verified and calculated, where it shows a significance. So next one, you can show it. So based on that hypothesis, further to that hypothesis tests was verified for rejections or accepted. The 5 hypotheses which we have taken is been tested or verified. First hypothesis, we have checked it with the T. So we can show the next slide. So you can go. So we have found it on the basis of our p-value is less than 0.05. The T statistical institute, we reject the null hypothesis, hypothesis 1. So hypothesis 2 also we checked it. Here it is 0.016 for hypothesis 2. So you can show the hypothesis 2. So it is less than 0.05. So we have tested with paired t-test. So we can show hypothesis 3. So the null hypothesis were rejected. So conspicuous consumption is significantly influenced by brand features. 4. So here also we tested the conspicuous consumption is significant for high involvement product and impacted by opinion leaders. So here also null hypothesis got rejected. Finally, this is where the consequences also we have taken for the testing the significance. All earlier was the antisense. So here also we have tested it, verified it for T pair test. So here also the null hypothesis got rejected. Next one. The result of the studies is basically in statistically we have checked with Kornblatt alpha, then KMO, then Bartlett for the instrument validation, then principal accept factoring was done. Later to that, plotting was carried out. In terms of statistical, next slide. Further to that, hypothesis was tested. The paired of sample testing was done. 3 sample setting was done. So it is verified and null hypothesis is rejected. Next one, next slide. Result, see, we found it during our discussion, the younger generation who wants ways 25 to 35% of our samples, respondents, who we found it that they are engaging in conspicuous consumption and impact of they have impacted by conspicuous consumption. They are morely self-motivated and buy the branded product. So next one. The implication and significance of the result is low-income consumer plan visible consumption, different situational social occasions, where family functions, where the intentional, whether it is the intentional behavior where they spend money in the marriages, event and other cultures, low-income consumers, and they prefer the product which is visible, unique and distinguishable. And youth are more attracted to the brand features. The low-income youths have been attracted to brand features. It is also understood they have involved. They tends to consume the high involvement product influenced by opinion leaders, and low income individuals want the social gains in society. Thus, they are engaging into conspicuous consumption. All these 5 variables have been established and verified. So next slide. So this is the base of the paper is one Atkinson sign, which is done in 2011. It's a theoretical paper, which is not empirical proved for low income consumer who engage in conspicuous consumption. There is no other paper empirically done. So based on this paper, as we have done the thesis. So we have referred 165. Apart from that, policy matters also we referred to take over to look into how is the low income consumers should be adopted. So 165 papers have been referred. 2010 to 19 is around 50 papers we are referred for the conspicuous consumption. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Hussain, you will like to take first? Goel, ma'am, will you like to take first or shall I start?
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Sarthi, one question that I'm still not very, didn't see too much clarity in your presentation was that where did your research gaps come from? Because you said that there only one empirical study which you mentioned towards the end. But,
no, ma'am, there is no empirical study, ma'am. There is no empirical study. There is only qualitative study was done by 2011. That is also not in Indian context of India.
Right. So you were saying that there are absolutely no studies which have been done on the consumer behavior of
low-income consumers for the conspicuous consumption. People buy the product for rising their social status.
So you're specific to only products which are helping them rise in their social status. That's what you're saying.
The activities, for example, what we have taken is occasions. Sometimes occasions also. Yeah, in social, in the perspective of socialism, like where the marriages, other things, people engage it, show off the social status. Number one, they buy the product which is visible, like denim, other things.
I'll tell you why I'm asking you this question is because the findings don't seem to bring out anything which was not obvious before this research. So so I really wanted to find out exactly as to what is the contribution of your thesis, even if we look at it from theoretical perspective or managerial implications.
There was no research done from low-income consumer, ma'am. Number one, how the low-income consumer behavior, how they are.
You're not understanding ma'am's question. And even when you're writing the implication, they are more of the outcome of your study. Implications are for the future. What are the managerial implications?
I'll tell you, ma'am, how it is for.
You have not mentioned even one managerial implication.
So in the present
part, you have written the results of your study. You should understand what is written in the implication part.
So I should have. In the present context, even the money given to this all kinds of all the peoples, all classes of people, where they purchase, which will increase the GDP, which also can be a part of the conspicuous consumption. The managerial implication when I say.
No, see,
you were saying that nothing is done in India.
5 findings, they're all very obvious. So if let's say you're looking at managerial implications for manufacturers of these goods, right? Now, what is new that they will get from your thesis? Because this is something which is quite obvious that it is during family functions or festivals that a low-income group person, or they are very much influenced by brand ambassadors. So these are very obvious. What is new that you have been able to find out?
Point number one is in low income consumer, the people who are youth, which is 25 to 35, which are respondents, have engaged more in conspicuous consumption, buying the branded product, which will help the managerial implication or any company to plan in such that way. It is not that only the cost.
Did you write any managerial implication? Did you pass on your thesis to these companies?
No. I have not passed on the thesis.
What's the fun?
No, ma'am. These are the implication, managerial implication, which will be done. We have passed out now. We will be able to share the thesis to other companies, which will help.
But is there something new in this? That's what.
Yes, ma'am. That's why I said.
What is new,
ma'am?
See, the conspicuous that you're talking about,
always been associated with the wealthier people.
See, Dr. Sarthi, the age group that you're talking about is obviously the most, the age group which gets most influenced by, high-end brands. So, which is already a finding through many other research when you look at consumer behavior, right? Similarly, when you look at studies in low income groups, again, some of these findings are something which is very obvious to any company. Now, is there anything new which you can say that, yes, this is something which people would not have thought of from all your findings that you have arrived at?
The point is, ma'am, again, the low income consumer never been addressed by all the companies. This conspicuous product.
Mr. Sarthi,
for example,
I shall
Denny.
take. Yeah. Mr. Sarthi, ever read the paper Bottom of the Pyramid?
Yeah, ma'am.
So what was that? Then it focused upon Bottom of Pyramid was written by C.K. Prahlad. And he is the management guru from India who worked for the cause of the people who are living in the lower strata. Okay. So nowadays, the concept of why the companies came with the concept of like small packaging, sachet, because they want to exploit this section. They want that the product, because this section does not buy a product of 2,000 or 4,000, but it is ready to buy a product of a shampoo of 2 rupees, a hair color, a mobile. So companies are already targeting this section for these things. Companies are providing, because this is a large section in India, and all their strategies, they focus on this section. 10 years ago, have you ever seen a maid with a mobile phone? Nowadays, every maid in every household, they have a fancy smart mobile phones, because companies are targeting. They are providing them at the cheaper rates. They know that a smartphone which has the facility of accessing the WhatsApp or other social platform is enough for this group. So they are giving these features with the lower cheaper costs. Prices are very cheap. Companies are already focusing on this. This is a major section where the companies are focusing, because they want the consumption. They do the segmentation, and majority of the companies who are entering in India, MNCs I'm talking, the focus is not the elite group. They already buy their products from abroad. The focus is a lower middle and the lower section, because the population is huge and consumption is huge. That's why the MNCs are coming to India. They are exploiting this section. So you cannot say that this is not happening. This is already happening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sanjay sir, for nice presentations.
Thank you.
Now I would like to call Dr. Parag S. Shukla to present your paper, please. Parag sir, are you there?
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes,
respected jury members?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sir, you can share your screen, please.
Yes, sir. I'm just doing it in a while. Good afternoon to one and all present, respected jury members, the authorities of Prestige Institute of Management Studies. My presentation is on the doctoral research that I conducted in the selected cities of the Gujarat state. And it is on shopping orientations and store attributes, and its impact on the patronage behavior of shoppers in the state of Gujarat. It has been guided by Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Parimal Vyas of the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda. When I would speak about the concept of retail industry in India, it would waste time. So I'm not going to speak about the concept of retail industry in India, but yes, as very nicely put by Kishore Biyani ji, that India is a nation of dukandars. We have major landmarks in the retail industry, and the sectoral implications are far-reaching. The size and the growth trends of retail sector are very well known. And when we talk about the organized retail sector, it is due to the foreign direct investment in retail. The better understanding of shoppers is now emerging as a strategic framework. We are trying to evolve a strategy for behavior of shoppers. And then the future of retail is very interesting. I would just like to speak a couple of lines on the retail industry and the scaling heights of the retail industry as per the Deloitte retail report.
Mr. Shukla, we don't have the time. Please come to your gap.
Please. Yeah, please. So we all know that the retail industry is scaling heights, and now the retail sector is having a very huge benefit for all of us. The consumer expenditure is increasing. Moving ahead, the keywords in my research study are patronage behavior, store attributes, and shopping orientations, where the review of literature I have conducted based on the selected keywords of the retail stores. I'll be speaking on it. The variables of the research study which I have taken in the state of Gujarat are store attributes. And when I say store attributes, we refer to some of the very important utility-based attributes like accessibility of the retail store, the range of the products, the sales promotion schemes, the behavior of staff, the layout, ambience, the physical facilities, the store atmosphere, the aesthetic appeal of the store, and the institutional factors. The gap which I would like to point out directly is that research studies were taken up by Stone and Holman in 1954 in US, focusing on some of the activities of the retail shoppers. But in the state of Gujarat, I would say it is the first ever study. Piyush Kumar Sinha from IIM Ahmedabad, he has thrown a lot of light on the atmosphere. So my research is in terms of identifying the shopper's attributes, the store attributes, as well as the orientations of the shoppers. The key objective of my research study is to identify and examine the differences of shopping orientation amongst different groups of retail shoppers and their relative patronage preferences, frequency of patronage and purchase, attitudes towards shoppers, and the various other demographic variables. I have tried to examine the shopping orientations vis-a-vis their opinion and perception on select store attributes and store image. The chief objective was to identify and unleash the various dimensions and the linkages between shopping orientations and store attributes, which are very important when we go to a retail store. We pay importance to these retail store attributes. So what are the Gujarati shoppers, or what are the pan-Gujarat shoppers are willing to shop for when they go to their preferred retail outlets? These are the hypotheses of my research study. I'm just sharing this hyperlink because there are hypotheses which are shared. I hope the screen is visible.
No, we are not able to see anything.
There is nothing on the screen so far.
Yeah, ma'am, just a moment. Yeah. I will just share the screen right now. It was a hyperlink, so I'm facing that trouble. I'll just do it right away. Please. Yeah. I'm sorry for the technical glitch. I did not knew that the screen will not be shared if there is a hyperlink in my presentation. I'm sorry for that. The hypothesis was integrated in terms of various orientations. And when I say orientations, we're talking about ways of shopping, the fashion trends of the retail shoppers, the plan that they make for shopping, and the various kinds of experiences that they have for the shopping that determines their overall shopping intention, and what are the various impact in terms of age, gender, what are the background variables, marital status. The other hypothesis was to identify and to study that the actual experience of retail shoppers on accessibility vis-a-vis the selected retail shoppers' background variables like age, gender, marital status, occupation would be like. The ambience, so the impact of ambience and how the ambience is related to the background variables. The eighth is on the atmosphere, range of products, facilities, behavior, promotion schemes. So very crisply, I would like to state that the integrated hypothesis was in two dimensions. One was the shopping orientations of the people, and then the attributes of the retail store, how they are related to various demographic characteristics. I'll just share the right screen again because I will have to skip. I will have to directly share the PowerPoint now. Yeah, thank you so much. The hypothesis is followed by the detailed research methodology. When I say research methodology, we have done a primary research based on the descriptive research as well as exploratory research study in the 4 cities of the Gujarat state. The sampling design was non-probability convenient sampling method, and the sample size was taken of 1400 shoppers. Yeah, excuse me. Yeah. Again, I'll just share the last thing which I would like to point out here. Yeah. These are the variables through which I have devised my questionnaire. The questionnaire was into 6 variables. The first part was the primary information on where they visit to a retail store, how they visit a retail store, what influences their purchase decisions. The second was having 33 items related to the construct of the shopping orientation, then expectation and experiences. The fourth was related to the various questions related to the overall expectation. And then the various parts such as the demographic variables were taken into the study. This was the questionnaire. I will skip this very quickly and will again begin my presentation. I'm sorry for the juggling part because I was not aware of this. Now, the sample size that have been I have determined is based on a methodology that we have adopted from Dash and Malhotra, where I have identified the sample from the selected 4 cities, taking into account the most important variable of the penetration, looking at the NSDC, the National Skill Development Corporation Report of Human Resource and Skill Requirements in Organized Retail. That was in 2016. And there was a study conducted on mapping of organized retail sector industry requirements till 2022. And from which we have taken the base of penetration. So there are 2 data which I have taken into consideration. One is the Census Survey of India, and then the extent of penetration of consumption in organized retailing, which as per the report says that is 15% penetration rate of the total population. So after the calculation in terms of the various categories, the projections were done, and the identification of the sample size was done based on the various selected cities into 4 strata, that is 350 in each strata have been taken up, and that is 1400. I'll resume to my presentation. So the tools for data collection were again taken from various reports like Deloitte and AC Nielsen, the various reports that were taken into consideration. Primary data was due to collected after administering structured non-data questionnaires. We had mall intercept interviews where I personally visited and collected data by meeting the shoppers and by observing them. Online questionnaires were also made available. The normality of the data was tested, and it was largely normal. And I would like to say that based on the social research concepts, we could propose a conceptual model. The reliability was tested using Cronbach alpha score 0.70 to 0.87. The validity was also tested. That is there in the hyperlink, but I will not waste much time on that. This is the very important conceptual model which was identified in 1954. Yes, it was by Stone 1954 when he studied shopping orientations. But when we talk about Indian perspective, very few studies have been conducted on the shopping orientations of Indian shoppers. And basically, we need to identify and demarcate various store attributes. So this conceptual model I had adopted for my research study. The shopping orientations would definitely affect the continued patronage to a retail shop. And the store attributes would lead to recommendations that, yes, we go to a particular retail store only. When we talk about the results of the research study, the ratio of awareness to visit says that, yes, certain retail stores are highly preferred in terms of the footfalls and in terms of the atmosphere the kind of lighting that they have, the atmospheric variables that they have, the preference. This is very important. I would like to just show the screen. When we talk about this retail shoppers' overall satisfaction as a retail shopper, some of them were very much satisfied and highly dissatisfied in the various cities of the Gujarat state. Yeah, I would again not waste much of time on the analysis part. Ultimately, I would like to come to the shopping orientations, ways of shopping, planning for shopping, shopping trends, and overall shopping experiences. See, these are 4 shopping orientations which I have selected as per the various studies that have been done in the past. The store attributes, I have identified the constructs such as proximity, convenience of the time, lower price, institutional factors like the clientele group, the behavior. The store attributes are many, right from the lighting to trolleys and the baskets and the wide variety of quality of assortments and the decor of the retail store. From this slide, we can say that yes, what is perceived important by the retail shoppers, when we say the accessibility of the retail stores, the range of products in the retail store, connecting this with the overall theme, I would like to say that when we say the digitalization as a vehicle of innovation, I would like to say that yes, the physical retail stores are here to stay, but digital attributes have to be ingrained, and some of the retail stores still face a lot of footfalls. Now with the unprecedented effect of COVID-19, it has become less. But now we need to understand that some of the variables are still given preference by the shoppers, like accessibility, range of products, the overall satisfaction with retail store outlook in the terms of physical facilities and the institutional factors. I would just share the most
Parag sir.
Yes, sir. Please.
Please be stick of the time, sir.
Yeah, please. The results of the study and the discussion part, we would like to just conclude this, that present store atmosphere with large variety of high quality merchandise, the range of merchandise, the store clientele, providing consistency of services and various tangible factors would be very important. The factor analysis was conducted, which was also done, and based on the factor analysis, we had identified number of items, and there were some confirmed items also. The structural equation model here gives a very clear idea that some of the very important constructs like atmosphere, the accessibility, the range, the ambience plays a very, very vital role in terms of the store attributes. So when I conducted this structural equation model, we tried to identify the attributes, and with the attributes, the direct impact on the satisfaction of the shopper. The second was using the path analytic approach. The various attributes were taken, how they impact the recommendation of the stores to others, because we always go by word of mouth, and how they influence the purchase intentions, and how the overall shopping orientations were built. If I'm talking about the last and the most important part, it was related to 2 things: how intention to others and how continuing to shop more, that is the recommendation, will affect the overall shopping orientation or the satisfaction. So it is believed that the recommendation plays a very important role. And in terms of store attributes, I would like to briefly say that it is ambience, range, facilities, and the behavior of the store staff which plays a very important role. There are so many implications which I have written, and I have marked and hyperlinked to it, but yeah, with the paucity of time, I will not do it. These are based on chi-square, where I have tried to understand the significance of association. Finally, the overall implications are here in terms of what the retailers need to do. So I would like to just skip all this, and I would like to give to a very important idea on the strategic implication that yes, retailers need to have segmentation, positioning, and targeting strategies based on the kind of split of the consumers and the data which is there in terms of the shopping orientations and store attributes. We need to cater to the fashion orientation, which has emerged as a very important variable of the research study, that yes, when we say Vadodara, Surat, and Ahmedabad cities are found more fashion conscious, and then we opt for latest brands. So when we talk about the social implications, yes, we have economic shoppers, we have range as a very important variable identifying that construct. So spatial convenience, access convenience, search convenience, possession convenience would play a very important role, and the sales promotion schemes. The most important implications I have put, and I'll just end it. Store atmosphere would be very important, behavior, the physical facilities, the range, the ambience, and the key recommendation would be here that CRM is very important. We need to target in position by specific tailor-made offers. The Indian retail is out in terms of speciality. We need to be value focused. That is very important. And we need to maintain a very cordial environment for the shoppers who are coming in stores. Now, with the advent of COVID-19, it is very imperative for us to understand that how fast checkout zones and touch-free deliveries will be very important. Signboards are very important. Mobile shopping would now become very important as far as the recent advent of COVID. So the final suggestion is the retailers in the state of Gujarat need to conduct marketing segmentation, which is not done. Most of the retail shoppers operate on the terms of operational efficiency. They don't try to offer a stimulating shopping environment, rather a basket of products. But then we need to always understand that the hub and spoke model of retail will not serve the purpose. We need to have a tailor-made retail store attributional strategy. So online and offline has to be converging. We need to use big data, the point of purchase, the SKUs, the stock keeping units need to be again and again identified. So now we come to the final slide. The urban shoppers need to have value for money. Service retailing is the next arena in which we need to probe. Understanding the shopper behavior by most of the retail store is not done. So that is what probed me to study that how the shopper's behavior will play an important role. And based on this, I can just say that we need to create seamless integration of store attributes and a holistic appeal need to be created. In terms of direction, again, I'm now trying to work on some of the areas related to the Industry 4.0, the wearables, the technology dimensions of the retail store. The researchers may also like to find out the relationship of shopping orientation with other store attributes like merchandising, location, communication, when we say consumer retention and all that. So there are certain things which were there in the hyperlinks, but with the paucity of time, I would just stop my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Parag. As far as I think, a lot has been done in case of the shopper's orientation and store attributes. My query is to you that why did you change the name of a construct from repurchase intention and this positive word of mouth? These are very well established, and this is what you have done in your research also. I will find I can quote the studies which have done research on the shopping orientation and stores attributes, but they have this model to me. If you see any marketing journal is already tested, what you needed to do is to find your model needs to go into detail. Isn't there any extraneous variable in this relationship? Is this relationship so good that nothing third thing is going to impact these relationships? When our already tested model is taken up, we try to look up at, are there certain other variables which are affecting this model? Which has, I'm sorry to say, although you have done a lot of work and I do appreciate about it, but my submission is that the recommendations you are giving, already the retailers are practicing these. I didn't find the way you are talking about, you have used EFA, CFA, and then you are saying that you are using the chi-square. Why?
Yeah. Right.
To find the association. Wasn't your data normal?
Yes, ma'am. We had the normal data. I can share that.
What was the purpose of calculating the chi-square?
Ma'am, initially to identify the association, we delved into it to identify that the association.
What do you mean by initially? Was there any pilot survey?
Ma'am,
you didn't mention.
We had done a pilot survey. I had mentioned that in my submission that has been done to the university for the purpose of considering this thesis. So it was a pilot survey based, ma'am. We had taken.
Can you tell me what is your contribution in one line?
Yeah, ma'am. I would like to just take your suggestions very appropriately. And we would like to just suggest in one line that there are certain well-established models, well-established theories. I agree, ma'am, with you. But when I have visited retail stores, when I have started thinking about that how the shoppers' behavior is being analyzed, none of the efforts are being made. I mean, now they have started, but earlier, very few retail outlets, they only focused
Did
on
you
two things.
conduct any orientation for those retailers? This study becomes valid if you would have done something for those retailers. You would
Ma'am,
have
yeah,
organized
ma'am, in
orientation
in the
lectures for
city
them.
of Baroda
What
and
needs to
Ahmedabad,
be done.
right,
Elsewise, this model is well tested, in my opinion.
right, ma'am, right.
Thank
Ma'am,
you.
ma'am,
Censor.
thank you. I would just like to give my own reflections, ma'am, based on what you said, that when we talk about understanding shoppers, there are types of shopping categories which have not been understood. I have met to the retail store managers of Tata, Spencer's, even Chroma, and we could identify that most of them are having orientation on only, ma'am, two things. One is that they focus on the stock. The second is they focus on the pricing of the products. But none of the, policymakers talked about understanding the behavior of shoppers. So, I mean, when I started the journey of this research, the behavior of retail shoppers was very enticing to me. Just
No,
a humble submission.
Dr. Parag, my submission is that your study would have been worthy had you organized, because these things are already there in the literature. If you had organized some orientation for the retailers, and after the orientation you could have compared before orientation and after orientation the change in their orientations and the satisfactions, then it would have added something.
A twofold study. Yeah.
If the retailers are not using these things, but these are available in literature,
Right.
what is lacking is the practical part, which we need to orient to the retailers. That is the job of the workshops or the orientation programs.
Right, ma'am.
As academicians, we need to add something, either in the practical part or into the theory part. That is my submission.
Right, ma'am.
Thank you.
I agree, ma'am.
I would like to suggest something.
Yeah.
I would like to suggest that you could study in future emotions, consumer emotions, and that will add greater value to your model and contribution. I agree. Look at Journal of Marketing, Journal of Retailing, all these top journals. A lot has been studied and done in this area. Yes, from your perspective, of course, every PhD is trying to complement that their study is different than others, either by geography, region, concept, or demographics, or moderating, mediating variables. Everybody tries to do that, but the core never changes. To add value to the core, probably you could have looked into emotions, and then probably you would have a different perspective in your a very well done thorough thesis. Thank you so much.
I think in addition, I think another thing that I probably would suggest is that your study was very specific to retail specific shopping behavior, right? Specific to Gujarat, right? So your findings are very generic, in the sense it doesn't really distinguish between a shopper from Gujarat, from pan India, rest of India, or any other global shopper. So could you do a comparative study?
Yes, ma'am.
So maybe pick up two geographies, because there has to be something, as the two earlier panel members have said, that somewhere where you're making a contribution. There's nothing which is evidently different from what is not already known from shopping behavior perspective, right? Even this clustering of different segments, which is something quite pretty much known to retailers now, as to what kind of retail specific environment they have to create, right? So if you look at a specialty retailer to maybe a discount retailer, they would create an environment which is specific to the kind of segment they're entertaining there.
Right.
So I think some kind of comparative study, something which brings in which is not there before.
Right, ma'am. Ma'am, definitely.
I think that's
Definitely, ma'am. I would take it positively. And when I started my journey in 2013 with this area of retail, it was very different. The entire shopping environment was completely different. We only had few stores in the state of Gujarat. So that is what probed me when I read the book, The Science
Right.
of
So
Shopping.
if you were
By
looking at, let's say, what is the global phenomena in retailing environment, if only that is going to get practiced, then there is nothing new that you're going to introduce,
right.
unless you find out as to what is distinctive about a Gujarati shopper.
Yes, ma'am.
Someone from a consumer perspective, what are they really? Is there any distinctive behavior from their end, which therefore should be catered to by a Gujarati retailer, which
Yes,
is very geographic.
geographic. Yes.
Yeah.
Ma'am,
So something which contributes.
contributes. I definitely take it positively. And
Yeah.
when I started, I read Paco Underhill, The Science of Shopping. I thought that it is something very unique, that we need to do some behavioral analysis of some segments which was in my scope of the research. So that was the only thing from my side.
Correct. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Parag sir. It is requested to all the coming participants to please be stick of the time. Jyoti madam. Jyoti madam.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm presenting. Yeah. Yes, sir. Sure.
Parag sir, please you stop sharing your screen.
Yes.
So my screen is visible?
Yeah, it is visible.
Sure. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, respected jury and the other on the panel. My name is Dr. Jyoti Chandwani. I'm Associate Professor with Vivekanand College, Mumbai. I did my PhD from Sardar Vallabhbhai National Institute of Technology, that's we call NIT Surat. My under the supervision of Dr. Hemant Kumar Balsara, and my co-guide was Dr. Sailesh Gandhi from IIM Ahmedabad. My topic was a study of women entrepreneurship in fashion industry in textile sector of Surat region, India. So this is the overview of my study. These are the keywords. Yeah, I'll quickly move to the variables. These are the variables, supported by the different authors, those who have studied this. So my study, the variables was divided into independent variable, dependent, and moderately dependent variables. The research gap filled by the study was India's is the second largest production of textile and garments and accounts for 63% of the market share of textile and garments. And the size of India's textile market in 2014 was US $99 billion. And the size is expected to expand at the rate of 10.1% over 2009 to 21. In the apparel sector in India contributes nearly 69% in the year 2011. I don't know why. Sorry. The sector contributes, so this is the contribution of the different sectors. So if you see 11.60% is the textile and allied product contribution in the GDP.
Dr. Jyoti, I'll request that you skip the theory part and come to the your research gap, hypothesis and findings, please.
Sure, ma'am, I'll do that. So this was about the research gap. The reason for choosing this study was the reason. So these are the objectives. Are the three major objectives I've studied. One was these challenges faced by the women entrepreneurs, the motivating factors, and the facilitating factors. These are the three broader hypotheses, and these are the other hypotheses I framed. So overall, my study is of a mixed research method where I've used qualitative and quantitative study both. I think my study is first in the history of NIT Surat, where it had the combination of both the studies, either it was a qualitative or a quantitative study. So I've used case study research method. I've interviewed where I used embedded multiple case study with descriptive case study method. I interviewed 6 women entrepreneurs and I've developed 6 case studies. And then I've done individual analysis of each case. Then I've done my cross case analysis also. From the case study, after the cross case analysis, whatever variables I have found that were divided into independent, dependent variable and the variables from the literature review. I've done my quantitative study, that is the statistical study survey method. There I've developed the hypothesis, collection of data was used using the questionnaire, reliability and validity testing of questionnaire was done. Then the inferential statistics were calculated using the chi-square, Kruskal-Wallis test, Mann-Whitney test, factor analysis, along with descriptive and normality testing. So the research design was as follows. So based on certain questions were framed, research questions. That led to the research objectives. So this was my first objectives. Based on that, the parameter of interest I have taken off from that, the variables were framed from the variables, how the variables were tested in the respected, the right column in the particular questions. In a similar manner, the second objectives were framed, the parameter of interest variables and where the variables were tested in that particular question. In the similar manner, the third objectives was done. So this is item-wise objective classification. My research objective, my independent variable, dependent variable, and the questionnaire, the number of questions. I mean to say the which number of questions this variable was tested. Sampling design, the unit of analysis was the textile sector of fashion industry in Surat and the individual women entrepreneurs. The population was the women entrepreneurs of fashion industry of textile sector of Surat. The sampling size was 307. The supplement me to the sampling size calculation, the margin of error was 5%, the confidence level was 95%. The calculation of the population size was also done based on the small sample techniques. KMO and Bartley test of sphericity was also done to justify the sample size. The sampling method was non-probability snowball sampling method. The criteria for case study, the instruments for case study and the questionnaire. The criteria for case study were geographical factors, social factor, economical, accessibility factors, situational factors. So based on those factors, as I said previously, I interviewed 6 women entrepreneurs and 6 case studies were developed. So this is the stage of the questionnaire development. Pilot study was done. The result of the pilot study. The Cronbach alpha also gave the value of 0.8, so which means that the questionnaire can be used. Data analysis for, I use descriptive statistics, and for inferential I have done the chi-square as I said previously, Kruskal-Wallis, Mann-Whitney and factor analysis. So in this way, after interviewing the case, the women entrepreneurs, development of the case study was done. So individual analysis of the cases was done in this manner, like based on different factors. And then in the similar manner, all the 6 individual analysis of all the 6 case studies was done. So you can see analysis case number 4, case number 5, and case number 6. After individual analysis, cross-case analysis of all the case study was done. If you can see that cross-case analysis of the social factors of all the 6 women entrepreneurs or all the 6 cases, the economic factor of all the 6 cases, competitive factors, facilitating factors, locational mobility factors, and other factors of all the 6 case study. These are the results of the descriptive statistics. This is the result of the descriptive statistics of multiple response. These are the results of finding of inferential statistics. Findings of non-parametric tests like Kruskal-Wallis, these are the results. The results of Mann-Whitney test is also seen. Now the first objective. So the results also, I've given the objective-wise results, and then the overall results also I've given. So the first objective was this. The parameter of interest used in the first objective was as follows. And then the test applied in the first objective was chi-square, Kruskal-Wallis, Mann-Whitney, and factor analysis. And these are the conclusion for the first objectives. In the similar manner, second objectives. The parameter of interest for second objective, test applied for second objectives, and the conclusion for second objective. In a similar manner, third objective, parameter of interest, test applied, and the conclusions. And these are the final conclusion from the inferential statistics. From factor analysis, the factor analysis gave me 2 major factors. The first factor, we named it as gender-centric issues. So these are the questions which were asked for which gave me the results for the first factor, which is equal to the first objective, that is to study the challenges faced by women entrepreneurs. And the second factor was more related to the logistics. So we named it as logistics of Surat city. It was something related to the second and the third objective of my study, that is the motivating factors and the facilitating factors. So this is the overall conclusions. This study can be used, my study was focused for female women entrepreneurs who are into women garments only. So this study can be used in other sectors such as men's wear, children's wear. This is pertaining to women who are into clothes only. So this study can be used in different sectors such as jewelry and accessories. This study can also be used in the other geographical region of India. So based on that, I have given certain recommendations. So in short, this is about my study. I'm open to questions.
Could you please enumerate a few findings and some of your recommendations?
Sure, ma'am. Sure, I'll do that. Yeah, so there were a few questions related to recovery of the payments, So it was found that the females were in the age group of 20. So my population was from the age group of 20 to more than 40, 45 years of age. So the women who are in the age group of 20 to 30, they faced more problems in recovery of the payment. It was also found that female face, getting recovery of payment from suppliers, retailers, and other so-called retailers, they also face the problem of, the suppliers had this belief, or they had that fear that maybe it's a woman entrepreneur, so maybe after 2 years, 3 years, the organization may shut down. So they were reluctant in giving the loans or credit to them. One of my question was also related to the government scheme, like there are many government scheme available for women entrepreneurs. So majority of the females said that they're not aware of the government scheme provided. I finished my PhD in 2017. It took me 5 years because NIT never takes your thesis before 4 or 5 years. So when I started my study, there was not much awareness for, women entrepreneurship provided by the government, and only one or two few females said ki yes, they are aware of the government scheme, and they tried to went to the banks to get the loans and all this thing, but they felt ki there are, even the bank managers were reluctant in providing them loans. Even they had the fear
Did
ki,
you do any classification when you were selecting your women entrepreneurs in terms of their scale or in terms of number of years that they have been?
Yes, ma'am. It was one
So
part
what
of in.
was
Yes, ma'am. It was in my questionnaire. He like having experience, like minimum experience of 3 years to 3 to 5 years, and then like yeah, 1 to 5 years was the then 5 to 10 years and more than 10 years. So this was the base on that. I had based the study.
So were your findings specific to certain kind of control factors, or is it generic across the entire set of entrepreneurs you have found, you picked
It is
for your
more.
study?
Yeah, ma'am. It is more of a generic conclusions from I found out, ma'am.
So would it not vary based on, in terms of, let's say, look at awareness of government schemes, someone who has just started the setup or someone who's been there in the business for last more than 10 years,
Right, ma'am.
it would vary.
Yeah, definitely.
Similarly, the scale at which you are operating as an entrepreneur. So
Right,
were
ma'am.
these factors taken into consideration as you were studying? Because they have a very varying impact on
Yes, ma'am.
what your findings are.
Yes, ma'am. Those factors were considered, so it gave a very interesting result, where female who had got more experience, like if you're running the enterprise since more than 10 years. So they were facing less challenges. They were facing less issues like related to the suppliers and the, retailers. Maybe because in those 10 years, they have established a name. And, so they were not facing that challenges what the initial stages the other entrepreneurs were facing, ma'am.
So have you taken this account in your findings?
Yes, ma'am, I've taken into my account. And like after once my PhD was over, I had gone to like there's a V sector, like we say women entrepreneur chamber in chambers of commerce. I'd gone there. I've given my results also to the lady who was every 3 years the president change over there. So the lady president, I've given my thesis copy also. I've given.
So my last question to you is, the variation across the, your sample is going to be so high, even if it is qualitative study,
Right,
the findings that you would get may not be very significant.
Yes,
because there is nothing to justify, because your total sample size in terms of number of cases itself is very small, and that also is I would say very diverse across various control factors. Yeah.
6 case studies. Along with that, I've done my this survey also, ma'am. So 6 case studies, I've done individual analysis, then I did cross case analysis, found variables, and then I did my survey method, ma'am.
Okay, so in your mixed methodology, your survey was substantiating which aspect of your qualitative study?
Like the age factor, the challenges faced, and the motivational factor. Like Surat being a textile hub, 90% of the fabric produced in India, the synthetic fabric I'm talking about, not the man-made fabric, is produced in Surat. So labor, easy availability of labor was a major reason, and then the availability of raw
So my
materials.
what I'm asking you is that you did a qualitative study through case studies plus you did a survey, right? So your
Yes.
survey was probably done to maybe do some kind of triangulation for your findings from the qualitative study. So
Right.
which research objectives were you trying to satisfy through
The
this mixed
challenges,
methodology?
yeah, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So my major three objectives were challenges, motivating factors, and facilitating factors. So through my case study, the challenging factors I would try to justify with my survey method, ma'am.
Okay, that's all from me.
Okay, Dr. Jyoti,
yes, ma'am.
Though you have done the mixed method study,
right, ma'am.
Don't you think these challenges are already identified?
My study was pertaining related to the textile industry, ma'am. The first time when I thought of deciding upon this topic, I met the president of the textile industry, and to my surprise, ma'am, there is no website because Surat being a textile hub, 90% of produced in fabric produced from textiles.
This is what I was, please, this is what I was discussing in the earlier section also.
Right.
That what is needed is, had you conducted some practical orientation, then it would have been your contribution. Simply studying the already studied challenges. I can quote the studies done in 2009 and then done in 2011, because I also have worked upon women entrepreneurship. And recently I have got a project from ICSSR. So people are moving, academic people are, their contribution either should be in the theory building or the practical.
Right.
The practical contribution would have been when you got the challenges from your qualitative study, you organized certain orientation programs, and did they decrease some kind of the challenges for the general entrepreneurs? That is, I think, near about 300 some people you surveyed.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So what my submission, I'm trying to inculcate a habit of research, that as a researcher there must be some contribution. If you are just identifying a geographical area and you are studying certain challenges of the women entrepreneurs in a particular area, in order to address those challenges, I think the already existing challenges and our orientation program and practical application, and after that practical application, to what extent the women entrepreneurs were able to handle those challenges would have been your contribution. If you're literally studying already done things, because there's no cause and effect relationship in your this study, there are no control variables. It is not that these challenges only affect the performance of the women entrepreneurs. There are certain control variables, like ma'am was talking, Sonu Gol ma'am was talking about the experience, the age.
Right.
Obviously, it is like I'm a novice to the business, I will face the challenges. And if there are 10 years, I have been into the business for the 10 years, I understand the industry.
Right.
So what I feel as an academician, there must be contributions, which is lacking all the presenters. This is my submission to all the researchers. That research should contribute, either it should come out with certain variables, or it should try to mitigate the effect. That is the problem. So I feel that I was already studied. And
Rotary Club,
so many things would have been done. Identification of the extraneous variables in these challenges. What are the extraneous variables that mitigate these challenges or that aggravate these challenges? That would have been the contribution. We already wrote there are the push factors, there are the pull factors, there are the intentions, there and the workforce non-availability or the non-cooperative behavior of the financial agencies is investigated since long. These are all challenges 2 decades before also. These are the challenges for today also. It means our society has not changed the attribute, our mindset towards the women entrepreneurs, which needs to be changed.
Ma'am, I was a member of JC Club. I was a member of few institutes. So I'd been there when I was doing when I came with this result, so we had like every year, Surat, there is a women entrepreneurs, exhibition is held, ma'am. So I went on behalf of my college, we had a sort of a one-to-one discussion. We had a sort of orientation program. So I did all this thing, ma'am.
Thank you.
I did.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Any more questions?
Yeah, overall, it's a good job. You have done a mixed method approach and try to address the issues. Sometimes researchers do also have their own limitations, but I like to ask that how have you selected these entrepreneurs while you were doing your survey? What was your criteria? Yes, you say there is 3 and 4 years of experience and all that. What was really your criteria? Because you have a number of entrepreneurs listed that you have surveys in your quantitative part. How have you selected them? And what is the definition of entrepreneurship for you? Because, if I open my shop, it's a textile shop. I'm not an entrepreneur. I'm just like Dukandar, salesman or someone who is selling. So what is your perspective for entrepreneurship? How do you define this woman is truly an entrepreneur?
Yes. So first thing I got is I tried to get the information from the chambers of commerce. So they gave me a list of women entrepreneurs registered under them. So they said this is not the congruent result because all women entrepreneurs, they do not register with us. So that was the first list which I targeted because they have registered with them. And besides that, because that list was having jewelry, who are into jewelry also, who are into accessories also. But my sampling was focused to women entrepreneurs in fashion only, and that too in female garments only.
It is good that if you have taken the sample from the list of registered entrepreneurs, which are recognized by certain body, then it is fine.
Yes,
but if you are taking your entrepreneurs, anyone who is
no, sir. I took that was the first thing I did, sir. I went to chambers of commerce. I met the president of textile industry. I interviewed all those things, and then I started studies.
We could see, being a woman, how do you support the entrepreneurship of women? Please continue. That probably has inspired you to work on this. Please continue. Thank you.
Yeah, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Jyoti ma'am, for nice presentation over here. Now I would like to call upon Nitin Kumar Saxena sir for presentation.
Yeah, thank you. So is my screen visible to all?
Nitin sir.
Yeah, is my screen visible to all?
Yeah, visible, but please be stick all the time, sir. Right?
Yeah, sure. I'll try my best.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So good afternoon, all the respected panel members and my dear colleagues. The thesis title is Dimensions of Brand Image of Durable and Non-Durable Products, an exploratory study done under the supervision of Dr. Upender Dhar, who is the Vice Chancellor of Sri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, Indore. I submitted the thesis in 2017 and was awarded in the same year. Coming to the summary of the study, the study tried to explore the intangible associations that a consumer develops with the brand. Because in today's context, where consumers are bombarded with so much brands, it is very tough for a customer to build a relationship with a brand. So they look for some associations where they can relate with the brand, and based on those intangible associations, they are able to give preference to the brand in their mental ladder. Then the second, the finding of the study also, consolidated the finding that brand image is the net extract of the brand to the customer. The study, in this study, 4 psychometric instruments were developed, which were used to measure the brand image of the 4 products under study, which resulted in the 4 3-tier model for the brand image. And then the study also add knowledge to the existing literature in the area of brand image by providing the factors and dimensions of the brand image building, which can be used by the policymakers, academicians, practitioners, and customers in facilitating their working. So the research gave an extensive and intensive research review of literature find out that there are very few attempts that the researchers have made to understand how a consumer relates themselves with the brand. And then this study was done to bridge this gap by understanding the attributes, factors, and dimensions which are responsible for building a brand image in the Indian context. The present study bridged this gap for the 4 products under study. The key objective is first to develop a standardized psychometric instrument to measure the brand image for cars, television, chocolates, and soap. Second was to identify the factors and dimensions of the brand image for durable products with special reference to cars and television. And in case of non-durable products, the reference was chocolates and soap. The fourth objective was to understand the factors, to compare the factors and dimensions which were common between the durable product and non-durable products. And fifth is to open the new vistas of research. So coming to the research methodology, the study is exploratory in nature, and as discussed, 2 product category was taken, durable and non-durable, and within each product category, 2 products were taken, cars and television for durable and chocolates and soap for non-durable. The design was multi-stage randomized design. 6 stages were used to pursue the entire study. The extraneous variables were eliminated or controlled by randomization. In stage 1 of the entire research methodology, the image attributes was compiled based on the thorough review of literature. In stage 2, the list of attributes which were accumulated in stage 1 were revised by the initial churning of the attributes based on their synonyms, the similar attributes. So a fresh list was made in stage 2. In stage 3, the list of attributes which were prepared in stage 2 were presented to the judges. These judges were people who have at least 10 years of experience after their post-graduation, and they are the users of the products like cars, television, chocolates, and soap. And they were given the instructions to rate the attributes based on how they resonate with the brand image, how they resonate with these attributes as the brand image for these products. And the attributes which have 75% and above acceptance were taken for the final tool that was administered with the respondents. In stage 4, item total correlations was computed, and after several rounds of iteration, those attributes which have significantly correlated at 5% significance level were retained. In stage 5, factor analysis were done to club the attributes to the factors, and in stage 6, second order factor analysis was done so that the factors can be clubbed to dimensions. Then simple random sampling was done, and the sample size was 500. These are the users of these 4 products. 4 7-point bipolar semantic differential scale was done, and for the similarity testing, Z-test was applied along with the multi-stage factor analysis. So coming to the results are presented in the light of objectives. So the first objective of the study was to develop a standardized psychometric tool to measure the brand image of televisions, the cars, televisions, chocolates, and soap. So the result was that 4 usable and easily administratable standardized psychometric tools were developed, which have 68, 74, 67, and 73 attributes respectively. This is the reliability which has been tested for these scales, and all these scales are found reliable. Second objective was to identify the factors and dimensions of brand image of durable products with special reference to cars and television. So for cars, 14 factors and 7 dimensions was evolved. The dimensions for the cars was decent, elegant, authentic, and appealing. Similarly, for television, 16 factors and 4 dimensions was identified. So this is the 3-tier model of cars, which have dimensions in the top of the pyramid, factors on the middle layer, and attributes on the bottom of the pyramid. Similarly, the brand image model for television was developed. Again, the dimensions are on the top and the attributes are on the bottom, and the middle layer is filled by the factors which were contributing to the brand image formation for the television brand. Objective 3 was to identify the factors and dimensions of brand image of durable and non-durable products with special reference to chocolates and soap. So for chocolates, 15 factors and 5 dimensions was evolved, and for soap, 17 factors and 4 dimensions was identified. For chocolate, the 3-tier model represents 5 dimensions in the top of the pyramid, then factors in middle and attributes at the bottom. In case of soap, again, this is the model which was derived based on the results after the multi-stage factor analysis and item total correlation. Objective 4 was to compare the factors and dimensions of the brand images for the durable products and the non-durable products. So 17 factors and 2 dimensions was emerged common among the brands for televisions, cars, chocolates, and soap, resulting in the formulation of 19 hypotheses. These hypotheses were tested based with the help of Z-test. Last objective of the study was to understand or to open the new vistas of research. So the psychometric instrument developed for car and television can also be used for products like refrigerators, microwaves, other durable products. Similarly, for the non-durable products, the same instruments can be used for other non-durable products like biscuits, toothpaste, fairness creams, etc. The social demographic variables of the brand image of these social demographic variables can also be used as the moderating variable while measuring the brand image. And then the similar brand image models can be developed for the service brands also. Then these will further broaden the utility of the instruments which were developed in the study. Coming to the implications of the study holds implications for academicians, policymakers, practitioners, and customers. So for academicians can use demographic variables and socio-cultural variables as a moderating factor. This will further strengthen the understanding of the brand image building. And then as stated earlier, the psychometric instruments that were developed can be tested for other related category products, which will give a holistic view of how a consumer perceive a brand and how they form the brand image in their mental framework. Then, since this study was more to do with the product categories, a similar brand image framework can be developed for services, wherein educational services, financial services, or maybe entertainment services can be studied. And a longitudinal study can also be simultaneously carried out, which will further strengthen the entire understanding of the attributes, factors, and dimensions, and will also check whether the change in the environment or change in the the disruptions which are leading to the change in the consumer behavior are really leading to the change in the entire brand image framework. When it comes to policymakers, the policymakers can use the findings of the study as a benchmark, and then they can create certain guidelines wherein the companies which are into the production of these 4 types of products can use them as the benchmark, and they can use them as the guidelines for bringing the new brands in the market. And then the policymakers like Food Safety and Standard Authority and PCB boards can also use to evaluate the quality of the chocolates and soap manufactured in India. Coming to practitioners, the practitioners can use this framework to categorize the customers.
Nitin sir.
Yeah.
Please, we stick on the time, sir. Actually,
I'll take not more than 2 to 3 minutes.
So there will be difficulty to complete the.
I understand. I'll not take more than 2 to 3 minutes. No.
Yeah.
I hope it's okay with you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being a patient listener. Thank you so much. So for practitioners' point of view, they can use to make different customer segmentations, and then accordingly they can market their product so that the way they are communicating the brand identity and the way consumers are perceiving the brand image can get gelling, and there's a higher probability of acceptance of the brand for a particular customer segment. And then yes, brand extension can also be used based on this model, because for the successful extension, substitutability, congruence, transferability is very important, which will go in line with the brand image formation. And for the customers can use this as a rationale for the purpose of purchase. They can carry out a meaningful differentiation between different brands based on these guidelines, and they can find the best fit brand for their self. Now, concluding the entire thesis, all the 5 objectives of the study were achieved. 4 psychometric instruments were developed for measuring the brand image. 4 3-tier models for brand image has been developed, and then the study have a useful information or useful implications for policymakers, academicians, practitioners, and customers. And lastly, the study also contributes to the existing literature of the brand image. Thank you, sir. Open to questions.
Dr. Nitin, because we have to hurry up. We are already getting late. But your main purpose was to develop the 4 psychometric instrument to measure the brand image.
Yes,
The
ma'am.
process of measuring the brand image was limited to EFA only.
Yes, ma'am. We did. Yeah, factor analysis was the
But
only.
when you develop the instrument, it needs to be confirmed.
Yes, ma'am.
Until and unless you confirm it, you cannot say you have developed an instrument. So the main purpose of your thesis or your research was to develop, which you left in between. Because we have the brand image is well studied. So you wanted to develop different instruments for different durable and non-durable products. And you left the process in between on the EFA. EFA is not a statistical technique to confirm. For confirming the instrument and saying that, okay, this is a valid instrument. I've seen that so many factors that emerge in EFA are not confirmed in CFA. So how we can say that the objectives or the purpose of the study have been achieved? Because you have not confirmed it. If you are saying that there were 5 factors and 3 dimensions or 14 variables or 15 variables and through EFA. But when that 15 variables, sometimes it so happens that out of the 15 variables, you are unable to confirm even the 3 variables. So that is, I think you need to study or carry your research further into this aspect. Elsewise, there are questions which can be asked that the purpose of the study has not been fulfilled. So I'll recommend that you study or you learn how to conduct the confirmatory factor analysis and apply either through the PLS or through the structural equation modeling, where we conduct the CFA for this purpose to confirm your factors. Until unless you confirm your factors, they are of no use. And as well as you have written these implications, as far as instrument is depend, the implications are always for the academicians. If the purpose of the study was this, then the implications are always for the academician. Okay, I have left the work here. You need to do the work, take the work ahead. Thank you.
So just to add, ma'am, like since the objective was also to develop the brand image models, they were achieved. And for the CFA, we have done the CFA post submission of the PhD. And now these scales have been confirmed and we are writing the manuals which are under the process now. So the 4 different manuals are in process. We are writing it for all the 4 products now.
Thank you.
Hussain sir and Sonu ma'am.
Thank you. I'd like to ask, what was your research philosophy behind developing this new scale? Were not existing scales sufficient that you opt to develop the new scale? And that's just my question.
So sir, the scales which were already available, like there are many scales which are available for measuring the brand image construct, or not fulfilling the holistic, or not even the holistic view, how the attributes lead to the formation of factors and dimensions, and how a consumer perceives the brand image.
Then you should have said that you are trying to look at the antecedents, anything that includes which is not reported into the literature. Then that should be the title of your thesis. It's in my point of view. You're looking at the antecedents and the consequences that has not been captured in the literature to report your new justification of your new developing a new scale.
Right. Sure.
Yeah, thank you. I think I'll skip this time. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nitin sir, for nice and wonderful presentations.
Thank you.
Next participant is Joshi Bharat. Sir, are you there? Joshi,
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, sir. You can share your screen, sir, please.
Yes, sir. So is my screen visible?
Yeah, visible, sir. Please be stick on the time. You having only 8 minutes to present your paper.
Yes, sir. Sir, I try on my level best, sir. Good afternoon, one and all. This is Dr. Bharat Joshi. I have done my PhD from SDPU, Savitribai Phule University, under the guidance of Dr. Jevan Badane and Faculty of Commerce, subject to banking and finance. The title for the of the thesis is a comparative study on credit card holders' satisfaction with reference to selected public sector, private sector, and foreign banks area of Western Mumbai region during 7/8/12/13. This is the plan of presentation, introduction, concept physics, review of literature, subject, rationale of the study, significance, limitations, objective, fundament of forming the hypothesis of the study, research methodology, data analysis done on the descriptive and inferential statistical analysis, suggestions, recommendations, key findings are there, scope for the future research, and conclusion. Introduction is there. As we know about the LPG, liberalization, privatization, globalization, economic policy, 91-98, banking sector reforms, and demonetization policy has brought the revolutionary changes in technological advancement of the banking product services, and which has brought the new generation tech-savvy private sector and foreign banks, and which has created a competitive environment for the banking products and the services. Changes in banking sector demonetization has made difficult for the customer to carry out the financial transactions, and which has given further use of the plastic money, that is in the form of credit card. We know the concept of credit card as a revolving account, but in which the cardholder has to carry out the financial transactions for the payment, purchases, cash advances. Repayment of the same is must, because the banks are providing some credit period also within that, else they need to bear the financial cost. This is the actual like the physics of the credit card, considering the logo, symbol, and hologram sticker, expiration and issue date, embedded chip is there, IN number is there. This is the brief history about the credit card from 1900s. That is the charge coins, charge plates are there, charge it cards, dinner clubs, American Express. That is up to 2000, and after 2000, the contactless, like the credit card transactions when initiated or launched by the ICICI Bank was the first.
Let's come to your key questions and findings. Huh? Let's stick to that. Yeah.
This is a review of literature, corporate taxonomy, and the factor, the classification has been considered. Rationally for the present research problem. So the researcher has observed the large size of urban population is using the credit card, and as per the 2010-11 survey, the ICICI Bank, HDFC, HS Bank, and SBIC Citibanks were the 80% of the share in the Indian credit card industry, and it was found that the common phenomenon, credit card has displaced the paper currency but not the replaced, and improper use of credit cards can lead to the falling into the debt trap. During the 7/8 found that actual credit card user got into the debt trap and committed suicide also. So to probe into the researcher has taken up the present research study. These are the significance of this study. Limitations of the study, considering banking product, that is only the credit card in the Mumbai region. So as we know that the every research study has limitations. This is because the credit card users may not deliberately report the true responses particular to the credit card privileges and the services in the financial transactions. So the research study has covered the experiences of credit card holders and users under the different conditions, times, and place. So the inferences for the present research study were drawn purely based on the feedback received from the respondents. These are the chapter scheme. These are the objective of the study: to study about the history and development of the bank, State Bank of India, ICICI Bank, and the Citibank. Then history and development of the credit card, concept related to the credit cards, growth and development of the SBI, ICICI, and Citibank credit card, benefits and privileges of the SBI, ICICI, and Citibank credit card, demographic profile of the actual credit card users, then perceptions of the credit card users of SBI, ICICI, Citibank, nature of problems, way of approach by the banks, by the actual credit card users to the bank, and time taken the SBI Bank to resolve the problems. These are the fundamentals of forming the hypothesis. The researcher has considered the commercial banks in India, public sector, private sector, foreign banks. Of that, 3 sample bank has taken. The researcher has followed the quantitative qualitative hypothesis approach. Number of credit cards in terms of value, in terms of number, considering ATM and point of sale transactions, demographic profile of credit card users, services and privileges of the credit card users. Hypothesis of the studies considering the quantitative hypothesis and qualitative hypothesis. Quantitative hypotheses are the growth of number of outstanding credit cards, number of credit cards and number of point of sale transactions, number of credit card, amount of point of sale transactions, number of credit card, number of transactions at ATM, association between number of credit cards and the amount of ATM transactions. Qualitative hypotheses are no significant difference in purchase after acquiring credit cards, no significant difference in the benefit of credit cards, no significant difference in satisfaction level of credit cards, no significant difference in perceptions of the quality of the services provided by the credit card issuing bank, no association between the demographic profile and the credit card use, no association between factors motivated to use the credit card and the expenditure, no significant difference in the nature of content, no significant difference in the time taken by the banks to resolve the problems, and no significant difference time taken by the banks to solve the problem. This is a research methodology. The present research study is a conclusive research, descriptive nature, quantitative, qualitative. Target population, all three sector banks, public sector, private sector, foreign bank. Source list is from the Reserve Bank of India. The sample selection, the three bank has been selected considering the stratified remnant sampling, SBI, ICICI and Citibank. Sampling frame is credit card policy, bank structured questionnaires of the credit card users. Sampling method, bank stratified random sampling and credit card users, random, convenience and the snowball sampling. These are the criteria which has been considered by selecting the banks, the sample banks, the public sector bank, private sector bank and foreign banks, total numbers as on 2013, and of which the three banks from each of the sector has been selected. Then the researcher has considered the SBI, ICICI and Citibank, considering the date of establishment, date of inception to the credit card business, number of offices in India, profit per employee or the business per employee. Then the number of credit card holders, that is respondent, the researcher has considered the Cochrane's formula, assuming the infinite and finite population, maximum variability 50% at a p0.5, taking 99% confidence with plus minus 5 precision. The sample size for the present research study comes to 666 as on 31st March. Considering the finite credit card users, the population, the sample size comes to 665. But keeping enough buffer, the researcher has decided to circulate the questionnaire among 300 actual credit card users of SBI, ICICI and Citibank. Collected data, the researcher has collected primary, secondary data has been collected and hypothesis has been tested. Primary data through the structured questionnaire, which has been divided in part A to F, and secondary data from the Reserve Bank of India website, monthly credit card data of the 7 years. Primary data were collected by the survey method, administering 300 actual credit card users questionnaires, non-participatory method, consulting some bank staff, non-credit card users or ATM guards also, so that to give some general suggestions. Non-participatory method, that is observation technique was used, involvement of the credit card issuing banks and the actual credit card users. Field visit has been conducted at the point of sale terminals, at the ATMs, etc. Secondary data through the library research method, journal articles and the published sources. Geographical area for the present research study is the Mumbai region. The researcher has conducted data cleaning process also, that is multiple imputation method, and no data, and the case study case summary table also prepared, and no missing value were found. Outliers, then test of normalities by the Kolmogorov, Shapiro and the Shapiro-Wilk test. Analytical studies, descriptive method and statistical takes, considering the graph charts wherever necessary. Then Karl Pearson's correlations, chi-square test, one-way ANOVA test, equality of variances Leveni, robust equality of the means by the Wilk test of significance, multiple comparison of the Tukey's and the Gams-Howell test, post hoc test of the Tukey's, then Kruskal-Wallis test and the time series modeler. The data interpretation analysis, considering divided into 4-part, 5-part as a demographic profile, credit card users, credit card privileges, perceptions. And then the researcher has framed the table showing the relationship between hypothesis, objectives, and the related questions in the questionnaire, considering the objectives, considering the list of hypotheses, and they're proving in the thesis, in the section, in the chapters, considering the secondary data or primary data. Findings on the basis of a demographic profile shows that male dominates, the young working class people represents, married with the more responsibility on the higher side, then all represents to be educated considering qualifications. Private sector employees and the businessman represents the more user or qualified users, and most of the credit card users were the average income earners. considering the findings on the basis of credit card use profile, that is considering the nature or type of card, Visa, Master, Diners Club, American Express, joining annual fees, then using or frequency of using the credit card, then increase in use of their purchases, increase in their purchasing behavior after acquiring the credit card, then expenditure, monthly expenditure using credit card, then the factor motivated to use the credit card, monthly repayments. Then the researcher has undertaken the hypothesis testing. The first hypothesis about the no significant difference in growth of number of credit cards. The researcher has undertaken to prove the ANOVA assumption equality of variances. That is the 11 test of homogeneity, and which found the variance is not equal. The researcher has conducted ANOVA, where f critic value found to be greater than its critical value, and the p value is 0, which is less than 0.5. Then to determine because of which bank the mean length differences arises, the researcher has conducted the multiple comparison post-hoc Turkey stage, highly significant.
Can you come to your final findings and contribution?
Yeah. So these are the result of hypothesis and the regression analysis model also, y-intercept equations being given. These are the result of the qualitative hypothesis. This is the graphical presentation considering the ARIMA model, Algene box Q. This is the table that shows the significant and insignificant difference in satisfaction level of the actual credit card users. Then considering the Kruskal Wallis test and mean rank. So overall the result shows non-significant and fails to reject the null hypothesis, but the mean rank length differs. The significant difference in the perception of quality, demographic profile. These are the suggestions to the credit card holders. These are the direction for the future research. Oh, no.
Kasif sir, Jeevan Jyoti madam.
Yeah, Bharat, Dr. Bharat.
Yeah.
Can you tell me on which theory your research is based? What is the theoretical background?
Madam, the background is about, I have observed that the people are taking the credit cards, the banks are issuing them, they are using it, but they fail to pay the credit card dues to them, and because of which like the trend was there, which I observed in 2007, 8 or 9, 10. These were the 2 years when they used to send the recovery agents at home, that is to recover their amounts. So what was the reason that I want to find out, okay, why the people fails to do so? So I have seen that the banks are just like deputing the their people, and they just sanctioning the cards to them without knowing the background, and because of which they are just using and
this
like,
is not the answer I'm asking. Your work has to be grounded into the theory. Which theory you worked upon, because it is connected with the technology? Which theories you work before starting your work? Which theory you took as a benchmark theory to work upon the practical part?
Because madam, I have taken the review of literature. I have gone through the review of literature and seen that no work has done so far on this, considering the number of like credit cards and their satisfaction level, ma'am. So from that, I have done with the synoptical preview. I found the research gap, and then I select the topic to compare the satisfaction level, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Hussain sir, if you have any query from or question you want to direct.
No question. Thank you.
Thank you.
No questions from my side, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Bharat sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Next presenter is Dr. Shalini Sharma. Madam, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, I'm
madam,
there.
Please.
I'm just sharing my slides.
Yeah, please.
Ms. Shali Sharma, I'll advise you to directly come to your purpose of the study, findings, and your contributions. It will be very kind of you.
Yes, ma'am. I'll be very short. I'll be as short as possible. Okay. So good afternoon, all of you. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. The topic of my research is entrepreneurial success, which is a study on psychological and behavioral factors of entrepreneurs in Delhi and NCR region. Quickly coming on to the rationale of the study, this study was more of importance because considering the current situation in the country from past 1 decade or so, emphasis on entrepreneurship, the current programs Make in India, Digital India, and more so of Atmanirbhar Bharat these days. So the study becomes more of relevant, and considering the success rate of the startups, it's as less as 2% in India. That's why I thought of working on the entrepreneurial success area. The current studies which are available, they have worked on demographic, social and economic and psychological terms in terms of entrepreneurial success, but I could find lesser studies in terms of behavioral factors of the chosen psychological factors which have an implication on entrepreneurial success. And IT industry happens to be the happens to be the booming industry these days. And of course, if you consider these in after the current situation, more of edutech companies are coming. There was a situation more of fintech companies were coming. So I targeted the IT sector, and that too in NCR, because now NCR is shifting base from Bangalore to the IT base has been shifted to Bangalore, from Bangalore to NCR, considering the huge investments from the government and the other angel investors in NCR, especially Noida, Gurgaon areas. So this is the literature review. There were around 100 to 150 literatures which were studied, and which include all the research papers, the journals, the blogs, the newsletters, all of them, and the newspapers as well. The literature review was divided into 3 eras, that is 1911 to 1980, then 1981 to 2000, and then further 2001 to the current, that is 2019. So this was the 3 eras that I divided my research literature review into. The research objectives, which targeted me to work in the direction, which gave me the direction to work in, which was first to identify the psychological factors which were for the entrepreneurial success, and based on those psychological factors to come for the behavioral factors for entrepreneurial success, to find out the relationship between the psychological and behavioral factors, then to explore the demographics for psychological and behavioral factors for entrepreneurial success, to study the impact of psychological and behavioral factors on entrepreneurial success. This was the major target. And based on objective 5, to develop a model on entrepreneurial success based on the research that I have conducted. The research methodology which I have undertaken is the mixed method research, the meta inference, wherein the qualitative part involves the content analysis of the literature review. I had collected all the literatures that I had gone through. Then based on the content analysis, some of the variables were shortlisted, like which are very much into which was studied by the past researchers, like resilience, locus of control, need for power, tolerance towards ambiguity, motivation, achievement. All these variables were shortlisted, and there were some interviews conducted on the targeted population, only some of the entrepreneurs, known entrepreneurs in the area. There were some interviews conducted, based on which I zeroed down on the final psychological factors which came out to be relevant for those entrepreneurs in this industry. And based on those psychological factors, the behavioral factors were zeroed down on the literature review. Then the technique which was taken into consideration was appreciative inquiry technique, and after that the quantitative method was for the questionnaire were developed. Then the main statistical tool which I had incorporated was multiple regression analysis, along with the other tools also. The sample design based on the target population that I could come on with. This is 1290 approximately, the IT and ITs industries in the Delhi NCR region. So the sample size which I had was 89. though people may came out, they have also asked the question to be why the sample size to be that small. Since the study was involving multiple regression analysis, and based on that, I had zeroed down to the calculation comes out to be 88. Maximum size, the acceptable sample size could be 88. So my sample size, the respondents were 110, and the responses that I got were 89. So they sufficed for the studies. Then the reliability test, the Cronbach alpha for the questionnaire came out to be 0.97. The questionnaire was of 38 items, and out of which 18 were there in the psychological factors. The 4 psychological factors were risk-taking, innovativeness, motivation achievement, and internal locus of control. And based on those psychological factors, the behavioral factors came out to be uncertainty avoidance, creativeness, optimism, and self-efficacy. So the firms that were targeted were, as for the literature suggests by Prague and Asklin and Stephen, that they should not be less than 5 to 7 years in the market. So the firms they were targeted, the firms which were taken into consideration were not less than, did not have the existence of less than 5 to 7 years in the market. And the profit percentage was also counted. They should have at least an average of 25% of profit percentage in the past 5 years. The employee satisfaction ratio was also counted. And then finally, the 2 dependent variables which were taken in the questionnaire also, they were the firm's age and firm's profit percentage, on which the effect of the independent variables was measured. So this is the demographic analysis. The demographic analysis, if you see the, yeah.
Madam Shalini, I think you can skip the demographic.
Okay, all right. So, ma'am, the tests were the tests which were initially conducted were Kolmogorov and Smirnov and Shapiro-Wilk to test the normality, since the data size was, the sample size was very small and it involved Likert scale. So the data came out to be not normal. So therefore, the test I had conducted on the demographics to test the demographics on the demographics for the purpose for the entrepreneurial success were Kruskal-Wallace H test and Mann-Whitney U test. And of course, there was a correlation test, Pearson correlation test conducted to measure the relationship between the behavioral factors and the psychological factors, and psychological and behavioral factors are among themselves as well. And finally, based on the collinearity statistics, then we came on to multiple regression analysis. So this has been done on 2 variables, that is the firm's profit percentage and the profitability of the and the firm's age as well. So which quoted that uncertainty avoidance is one of the factors which is leading, which has the most impact on entrepreneurial success, along with the other factors. And if you see its counterpart, risk taking is not having that much of impact. So this is what came out to be in the research. So let's come on to the findings. When I talk about the 3rd objective, so creativeness came out to be having significant role and a significant relationship with uncertainty avoidance and motivation achievement. Risk-taking was correlated with innovativeness and internal locus control. So more are you are you driven towards innovation, you have to have more internal locus of control, and then of course risk-taking is there. If you are a risk taker, you have to have the internal locus of control. So risk taking, and it is inversely related to motivation achievement, which means the higher the risk taker, the entrepreneur is, he will have lesser motivation achievement. This is what the study has revealed. Whereas, however, if you talk about the literatures, it's something just the opposite. Then when I explored the demographics, so which says that although my respondents gender, I could not find many of the females. That also could be the factor that which says that gender does not have any effect on the psychological and behavioral factors on entrepreneurial success. If I further started conducting the studies on a mix of gender, now started targeting females, more of females, also searching for more of females in IT industries now. And the respondents' age also has certain factor in the risk-taking motivation achievement, which was found further when I'm conducting the post hoc of that test. I have found that the entrepreneurs which are in the age group of 35 plus, they are more of risk takers compared to the entrepreneurs which are in the age of 50. And the final study, which says that risk-taking, innovativeness, motivation achievement, are the behavioral factors which have and the behavioral factors of uncertainty avoidance, creativeness, and optimism. They are all they play a significant role on entrepreneurial success as far as profit earning is concerned. And the internal locus of control and creativeness, they do not have a significant, they have an impact, but they do not play a significant role in age in the firm's age. So if it means if the firm is old, so internal locus of control and creativeness, they don't play a significant role in the success, because it's already been established in the market. Then risk-taking, as believed by many of the researchers, that Schumpeter was one of those researchers who had targeted that for innovation and risk-taking to be the primary factors for entrepreneurs. So my research has revealed that it does not have a strong impact on entrepreneurial success in terms of profit percentage. But its behavioral factors, uncertainty avoidance, has a role in entrepreneurial success. Let's come on to the implications of, then this is the final model which I have been able to develop on the basis of the results that I have got. So entrepreneurial success is divided into two parameters: firm's age and profit percentage. The behavioral factors are there and psychological factors are there. I will be further studying this model now because it's just been, the PhD has just been completed. So I'll be now further studying this model, and I am on to developing a training program in association with VV in Labor Institutes, located in Noida, which is targeting for on the behavioral factors and the psychological factors, how to train the entrepreneurs or the budding entrepreneurs on these parameters. So some of the limitations, yes, because the study has been conducted in NCR, it could be also conducted pan-India. So now I plan to conduct the study, increase the geographical area. And of course, while doing the study, entrepreneurial failure came out to be something which was intriguing to me. So I now plan to work into entrepreneurial failure as well, apart from, because everybody works in entrepreneurial success. So I thought of working into entrepreneurial failure as well now after the study has been completed. And the implications here, one of the implications I've already started working because because I am into the training area. So I have started working on developing a module or training module for the entrepreneurs in behavioral and psychological areas. This is from my end.
Shalima, I don't want to jump upon you because I'm in hurry, so I want to ask my queries. When your data was not normal, how you conducted the parametric tests? Some of the parametric tests you have conducted.
Ma'am, I have conducted non-parametric, that is Krustal, Wallace, and Mann.
Correlation. Correlation is, you have tested the correlation. Correlation is very much a parametric test.
Ma'am, this is what my statistician has suggested me, that we can conduct correlation because we have
to cannot put a blame on anybody else. Books are there. They can very well guide you which are the parametric tests and which are
Ma'am, I have gone through the books as well. So one of the areas wherein I could find the permission to go for the parametric tests also, that says that if the data size is less than 30 or 30, then you will not be going for parametric tests, and if it is more than 30, then you can go for it. This is one of the,
that is for the statistics people, ma'am.
Yeah.
We are the researchers, and when we are testing the normality of the data, and you have used the Shapiro test, and it was significant, we say the data is not normal because there was very in terms
the data
of
size is small,
data size is very small. It is not normal, so it is being like it is not fulfilling any conditions of the normality. So you cannot, whatever your these, because we have the non-parametric test in case of, you could have gone for the test of association.
Okay.
So there are questions upon the selection of the statistical tools as far as the result section is concerned. And further, you are talking about the impact of the identifying the psychological factors. There is a paper by Jyoti et al. In 2011. Did you study that paper?
I don't think so.
This paper is particularly focused upon factors affecting the satisfaction and this intentions of the women entrepreneurs. So your was the and it focused upon it was an Indian written by some Indian author. So what I wanted to say that that paper has very well, because I'm into the entrepreneurship and I have read the papers. That paper has very well identified what are the pull factors, what are the push factors that affect the satisfaction. To a great extent, the people who are successful, they are satisfied. So I feel like that there was a dearth of a review of literature in your case, and
Yeah.
a lack of knowledge of the statistical tools, which needs to be looked upon. That is a humble
Sure,
submission.
ma'am. Sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
No questions. Thank you.
Yeah, no questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Shalini, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Now I am requesting to Dr. Tom Jacob. Tom, sir, are you there?
Yes, sir. I will share my PPT.
Yeah.
1 second, sir. Okay, my slide is visible, sir?
Yes, sir. Visible.
Okay. Good afternoon. I am Tom from Kerala. My topic is impact of foreign investment flows on Indian economy in the post-liberalization era. Actually, the two major channels of foreign investment which plays a crucial role in the economies of the world are foreign direct investment and foreign portfolio investment. An investor has control over the management and operation of the company is treated as foreign direct investment. At the same time, foreign portfolio investment means an investor has no control over the management and operation of the company is treated as foreign portfolio investment. This is a summary of my research. Actually, this study is mainly to evaluate the foreign investment flows in Indian economy. It has a great significance, not only for academicians, but also for the policymakers. Foreign investment has a positive impact on Indian economy. This is an outcome of the combined and indistinguishable contribution of both FDI and FPI, the two channels of foreign investment in India. Yet the study advocates a moderate preference for FPI, that is a foreign portfolio investment, because of the fact that FPI appear to be more agreeable and adjustable to the social and political scenario of India and more impact on the macroeconomic variables of the Indian economy. These are my keywords of my study. These are the variables of the study: foreign direct investment, foreign portfolio investment, foreign institutional investors, foreign exchange reserve, real effective exchange rate index, wholesale price index, and index of industrial production are the main variables of my study. This is a statement of the problem. As the review of literature reveals that some who argue that foreign investment flows are favorable to the host economy, but some others, citing the examples of East Asian crisis and financial crisis, argue that foreign investment flows are harmful to the host economy. Thus, there is need to analyze the overall impact of foreign investment on Indian economy by analyzing the impact of foreign investment on balance of payment, foreign exchange reserve, exchange rate, economic growth, capital market, etc., to arrive at a scientific conclusion whether foreign investment is favorable or unfavorable to the Indian economy. There is also need to examine the comparative impact of foreign direct investment and foreign portfolio investment on Indian economy, and which form of foreign investment, whether FDI or FPI, is more conducive to the Indian economy. This is my research gap. Actually, my review is classified into two categories: studies related to the foreign direct investment and studies related to the foreign portfolio investment. On the basis of the review, comprehensive studies about the foreign investments are very rare. Many of them focus on either one of the two channels of foreign investment, that is, whether FDI or FPI. The review shows that majority of the studies concentrate on ordinary least square method and Ganger causality test, etc., to analyze the impact of foreign investment on Indian economy. The present study, my study, is mainly focused on the advanced statistical techniques and more econometric tools like autoregressive distributed lag model and vector error correction model are used to analyze the impact of foreign investment on Indian economy. The review shows that majority of the studies concentrate on the impact of foreign investment on particular macroeconomic variables like balance of payment, foreign exchange reserve, inflation, exchange rate, or economic growth, etc. But my study, present study, is mainly based on the impact of foreign investment on all major macroeconomic variables, not related to the particular macroeconomic variable. This is my research gap. Then the objectives of my study: to analyze the structure, composition, and trends of foreign investment in India, to identify the macroeconomic determinants of foreign investment in India, to examine the impact of foreign investment on the macroeconomic variables of the Indian economy, to examine the impact of foreign investment on the capital market of India with a special reference to the volatility, to make a comparison between the impact of foreign direct investment and foreign portfolio investment on the Indian economy. Data collection. Data required for the study is collected from secondary sources from 1991 to 2018. Most of the data collected from RBI database, Handbook of Statistics of Indian Economy, and Indian Securities Market Review, etc. This is my data analysis part. Growth of foreign investment flows is measured in terms of compounded annual growth rate. Augmented Dookie-Fuller test is mainly used for testing the stationarity properties of the data. Akaiga information criteria is used to determine the optimum lag length of the model. Auto-regressive distributed lag, that is ARDL model, is used to determine the macroeconomic determinants of foreign investment in India and to analyze the impact of foreign institutional investment on stock return. Then Kusum test, that is a cumulative sum of recursive residual test, is used to measure the stability of the ARDL model. Johansson co-integration approach is used to determine the number of co-integrated equations among the variables of the model. Vector error correction model is used to examine the impact of foreign investment on macroeconomic variables of the Indian economy. Ganger causality test is used to analyze the impact of foreign institutional investment on stock market development indicators. Garth and Arch model are used to analyze the foreign investment volatility. Statistical techniques such as range, standard deviation, skewness, coefficient of variation are used for making the descriptive analysis of the data and to measure the volatility and other characteristics of the data series. This is the result of the study. Since the economic reforms of 1990, India is witnessed a huge flows of foreign capital in the form of foreign direct investment and foreign portfolio investment. The compounded annual growth rate is 26% and 39% respectively. Foreign direct investors prefer to invest in India through equity capital when compared to the other two forms of foreign direct investment, like reinvested earnings and other forms of foreign capital. The most preferred sector, that is foreign direct investment, is preferred to invest in service sector. Around a major portion of foreign investment is concentrated in service sector. FDI in India is mainly concentrated on two regions like Mumbai and New Delhi region. Around 50% of foreign direct investment is mainly focused on these two regions, that is Mumbai and New Delhi regions. The major portion of foreign direct investment in India came from Singapore and Mauritius. The only reason is the double taxation treaty agreement. That is a double taxation treaty agreement between the Mauritius and India. The star of foreign portfolio investment flows, that is FIAs. FIAs contribute around 87% of total foreign portfolio investment in India. Then another FIAs, that is foreign institution investors, is mainly concentrated on equity market. Around 74% of foreign institution investment is concentrated on equity market. The remaining percentage is concentrated on debt market. That is the reason for the underdevelopment of the Indian debt market. Then we are analyzing the determinants of foreign investment in India. Economic growth is seen as the most important determinants of foreign investment in India. In our case, IIP is the most important factor, that is a proxy for measuring the economic growth. In this case, foreign direct investment, besides the economic growth, exchange rate and inflation are also played a significant positive role in attracting the foreign direct investment in India. However, in the case of foreign portfolio investment, along with the economic growth, that is IIP, stock return, that is domestic stock market return, is also found a significant determinant for influencing the foreign investment in India. Both forms of foreign investment has played a crucial role in financing the current account deficit and saved the balance of payment crisis in 1991. Foreign investment has become the dominant creator of foreign exchange reserve. That means there is a positive relationship between foreign investment and foreign exchange reserve. Foreign investment leads to the appreciation of Indian rupee and thereby positively impact the exchange rate. That means foreigners easily convert their currency into domestic currency. That means our domestic currency demand increases. That leads to appreciation of rupee. Both forms of foreign investment made a positive impact on the economic growth. That is, FDI is directly contributed to the economic growth of our nation, and FPI at the same time, FPI is indirectly contribute to the economic growth through stock market development. Then another finding, both forms of foreign investment contributed to the inflation of the country. Of course, a negative impact of foreign investment on Indian economy. Foreign investment could bring down considerably the debt service ratio. There is a sharp decrease in the debt creating capital flows to the total capital inflows. That means the foreign direct investment and foreign portfolio investment are treated as a non-debt creating capital inflows. This can be measured with the help of the debt service ratio. It is sharply reduced. In 1991, the debt service ratio is around 30%, but in the 2018 or 17, the debt service ratio is reduced to 8%. In the capital market of India, foreign investment, especially investment made by foreign institution investors, produces a tangible impact extending to the whole economy. The foreign institution investment gives the major factor for influencing the domestic stock market return. FIS is mainly concentrated on banking sector and least concentrated on the information technology sector. Foreign investment caused the development of the Indian capital market, like increase the market capitalization, increase the market liquidity, that is the market turnover, and increase the PV ratio and reduce the transaction cost, etc. That is the development of the Indian capital market. But in the case of volatility, foreign investment has made a positive impact on the capital market, which are tantamount to the impact of the economy as a whole. Unlike FDI, FPA has infiltrated volatility to the Indian economy, that is a negative impact of foreign investment on Indian economy. Through statistical analysis, FPA has a maximum volatility compared to the foreign direct investment. Thus, with regard to the two aspects, that is inflation and volatility, the impact of foreign investment on Indian economy is found negative, but both are not very severe. This is my implication part. In India's foreign investment scenario, the great economic powers, that is like US and UK, have only a guest role. That means only 10% of foreign direct investment came from the great economic powers. That is, US and UK contribute only less than 10%. The main contribution is from Mauritius. The only reason is the double taxation treaty, that is a double taxation avoidance agreement between India and Mauritius. This is the only reason for the large amount of investment, foreign investment came from Mauritius. Even some dummy companies started in Mauritius, and investment came from Mauritius to India. There is no tax payment. It should be controlled. That is my policy implication. It is very serious, necessary for India to attract foreign investment directly from the great economic powers like US and UK. Other negative drawback of foreign investment in India is uneven development of the various sectors of the Indian economy. That is, FA's foreign direct investment is mainly concentrated on service sector. At the same time, foreign institution investment is mainly concentrated on the banking sector. That is a good return. The government should take positive steps to encourage the foreign investment in the neglected or backward area by way of tax holidays, tax concession, etc. for the development in this sector. As in the case of sectoral concentration of foreign investment, other area is investment in certain regions, like foreign direct investment is mainly concentrated on certain regions like Mumbai and New Delhi. This causes the regional imbalance is there. It should be considered. Then by analyzing the determinants of foreign investment, economic growth is the most important factor. That is, index of industrial production, proxy for measuring the economic growth. It is the most important factor for influencing the foreign direct investment in India. As we know that liberalization is the main factor for influencing the foreign investment in India. But in my study, liberalization is only a factor, only a spark factor for influencing or invitation of foreign investment in India. Therefore, the policy makers should consider enhancing the index of industrial production by offering the incentives and attractive benefit for the lagging industries in the economy, because IIP, being the indicator of the strong of the fundamentals of the economy, has magnetic power to attract the foreign investment to the country. If the above findings related to the foreign investment on macroeconomic variables of the Indian economy are further extracted, it can be seen that except in the case of inflation and volatility, all other macroeconomic variables of the economy, that is balance of payment, foreign exchange reserve, exchange rate, economic growth, external debt, and capital market, foreign investment exerted a positive impact. Therefore, it may be possible to conclude safely that foreign investment has positive impact on Indian economy. This is an outcome of the combined and indistinguishable contribution of both FDI and FPI, the two channels of foreign investment in India. Yet the study advocate a little preference for FPI because of the fact that FPI appear to be more agreeable and adjustable to the social and political scenario of India and more impact on the macroeconomic variables of the Indian economy. This is the scope for further research. comparison between the impact of foreign investment on Indian economy and another developing countries' economy, comparison between the developing countries which receive or which do not receive foreign investment, comparison between the impact of foreign investment on different sectors of the Indian economy, and the comparison between the individual contribution and the impact of FDI and FPI on the Indian economy. This is a scope for further research. This is my study, sir. If you have any doubts, please ask, sir. I will reply.
Thank you, Tom, sir.
Okay.
Kasif Hussain, sir.
Yes, not really a question. I would like to appreciate this whole session. All these PhDs and doctorate people who were presenting. Thank you for your time. You guys have done a great job, and congratulations on completing of your thesis. We are evaluators, so evaluators will always have something to say to tell you, how to move forward in your research. So please take these comments positive. And with this, I would say thank you so much. If we have other evaluators, other questions, please feel free. Thank you.
Thank you. Nothing to ask.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Just one small thing I just wanted to know, Tom, is that how has your thesis or your findings, how have they contributed contributed towards the government policy?
Okay.
Any one or two things that you would like to say?
I already shared the PPT, but that is more gives to the not only for academicians but also for the policymakers. My studies mainly related to some give suggestions to the policymakers. In the case of foreign direct investment, we know that the Mauritius is the most important contributor. That is around 30% of foreign direct investment came from Mauritius. That is only reason even US and UK, the contribution is less than 10%. That is a great economic powers like US and UK. That only contribution is less than 10%. Mauritius is the largest
understand
contributor.
that Mauritius is a tax heaven, and that's one of the reasons why. That's not really so much on the subject of FDI per se. You see, it all gets diverted through Mauritius. So I don't know, for some reason I do feel that there's nothing very significant which has come out which is not already known, or which the government is already not doing. So
okay. But my finding of the study is even some dummy companies started in Mauritius and started investment flows from Mauritius to India. It is a dangerous thing. That is my point.
But that's all this knowledge is in the public domain.
Yeah.
So anyways, as Professor Hussain said, that all of you have completed your PhDs. We are just evaluators. Just a few.
My
comments.
next finding is to analyze FIS is the main reason for the volatility of foreign Indian capital market. It should be controlled. Some regulations, some new regulations should be introduced to the volatility, to control the volatility of the Indian capital market. Indian capital market is highly volatile compared to the other developing countries' markets. So it should be controlled.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom, sir, for wonderful presentation over here. Now we having the last participant, Kavi Priya, madam. Kavi Priya, are you ready for presentation?
Which one?
Madam, are you ready for presentation?
Am I audible, sir? Yes, sir.
Okay.
Kavi Priya's name is not there in the.
She recently added, madam. She recently added.
Chauhan's name is there.
She recently added over here. So I will send you the list for Kavi Priya, madam.
Swati's name is there. Has she already presented?
Yeah, she
has not.
Swati madam is not here.
She will not be presenting.
Yeah, she not.
So is she the last presenter?
Yeah.
All right.
Please share my slides, sir.
Yeah, please wait a moment. स्क्रीन शेयर कौन कर रही थी मैडम? मना करो ना उनको बोलो मैडम. Kasif, sir. Sir, we having the last presentation in the session, please. Yeah.
Sir, you are on mute. Professor Hussain, you are on mute. You need to unmute yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I really have to leave because I have some people waiting for me. They are also leaving, and it's quite longer session. Uh, I would leave the judgment to other evaluators, other two evaluators, if you don't mind, for this candidate.
Jeevan Jyoti madam, Sonu madam, please.
Yeah, we really don't have a choice here because I also have other things waiting, but I'm sure both myself and Dr. Jyoti can complete this task and
Thank
we'll
you.
share the results. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Hussain.
Thank you very much, sir, for being here. Kavipriya madam,
Yes, sir.
you can continue your presentation.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. My research topic is on a decision-making pattern of farmers on farm diversification. Next slide, please. History testifies that farmers who practiced subsistence farming with multiple crops in early days have changed over to production-oriented farming, commercial farming, export-oriented farming, and nutritionally high-value crop-oriented farming. Farmers in India also...
Please skip this portion. Please come to your objectives, then
Next slide.
findings.
Yeah, just give us only the most important parts of your presentation, okay? Just the objectives and the findings and the conclusion. Yeah.
My objective is to study to explore the farm diversification in spatial and temporal dimensions in Kaveri Delta zone. This objective is studied through the secondary data collected from the official records, and this objective will give the authentic information about the trend in diversification that can be useful for framing the necessary extension program. My second objective is to study the decision-making pattern of farmers on different dimensions related to farm diversification. The outcome of studying the process of decision making will surely shed the light on the major problems perceived by the farmers and priorities assigned in choosing the alternative crops with conviction. My third objective is to develop the suitable scales and index to measure the farm diversification. The attitude scale formulated in this research will help to understand the farmer's notion towards a farm diversification, and also since diversification is an individual decision-making process related to farm management, suitable diversification index at farm level have to be formulated. And my fourth objective is to identify the factors influencing the farm diversification as perceived by the farmers in Kaveri Delta zone. Diversification is an inevitable phenomenon in Kaveri Delta zone due to situational, economical, technological, and administrative factors, but the influence of such variable on the decision making of farmers is not yet known. Hence, it is necessary to study this objective. And my fifth objective is to study the nature of farm budgeting on farm diversification. The calculation of a farm budgeting definitely give the economic advantages of raising the alternative crop over the existing crop. And my sixth objective is to develop a decision support system to take appropriate decisions on farm diversification. The proven results will help to formulate a decision support system that can be used by farmers and extension functionaries in deciding the best alternative crops by considering the local conditions. Next, please.
Kavipriya madam, can we move directly forward to the findings?
Yes,
Yes.
sir. Next, I want to explain the conceptual model of the study. Next slide. Next slide, sir. Okay. This study tries to addresses the issue of diversification at both macro and micro level. At macro level, the trend and the pattern of farm diversification were studied. And at the micro level, the factors influencing farm diversification and the decision-making pattern of farmers on different dimensions were studied. The attitude scale and index was developed at the farm level. From the result, suitable decision support system was developed. Next slide, please. Next one. This is my first objective. Here, farmers have diversified towards paddy, black gram, green gram, cotton, coconut from other crops in the Kaveri Delta zone. Contrary to the common thought that the result revealed that majority of the farmers did not diversify completely from paddy to other crops in every season. In fact, most of the farmers in Kaveri Delta zone used to cultivate paddy at least one season in a year. Hence, it can be concluded that as far as paddy crop is concerned, there is no crop diversification, but there is diversification in cropping pattern. Not only percentage analysis for Kaveri Delta zone, for each district is studied, and I also studied this objective by applying compound growth rate and also by using different indices. But due to time constraints, I did not include those, and I'm also skipping those slides. Sir, skip the next two slides, sir. Yeah. Here, my second objective. Hence, a conceptual framework for decision making was worked out through theoretical orientation by analyzing a different decision making models proposed by the eminent scientists. By analyzing those models to study the farm diversification, I developed triple DC model is formulated. That is for distress, distress which connotes the difficulties and the problems faced by the farmers in the cultivation of particular crop, and the deliberation which connotes the thinking of the merits of the different alternative crops available for the individual, and the decision which connotes the final decision taken by the farmer and practicing the same in his field. And at last, the confirmation which connotes the farmer interaction with the different sources of information to free from dissonance. Next slide, sir. Sir, next slide. In this, a list of problems encountered by the farmers in raising the crop that he cultivated before the diversification was listed out. Out of 19, only top 10 were tabularized. The intensity of the problem was measured through 4-point continuum. Based on the average rating score of all the respondents, ranking was given. The inadequacy of water for crop cultivation in the month of February to August was facing the major problem faced by the farmers. Next slide, sir. Sir, previous one, please. Deliberation. I want deliberation. Okay. This figure indicates that black gram was the most preferred alternative crops in the Kaveri Delta zone, as more than 70% of farmers stated it so. Next slide, sir. Decision. Though more number of farmers prefer alternative crops from the existing crops, only few of them put it in practice. From the figure, it can be observed that most number of farmers shifted to black gram, green gram, followed by cotton, tree crops, coconut, and banana. Moreover, 30% of the farmers have chosen the alternative avenue of animal husbandry over cropping. Next slide, please. Confirmation. Majority of the farmers from all categories used to consult with fellow farmers in the village. Next to the interesting fact that 40% of the farmers from all categories are convinced of the decision only after observing the result. In Kaveri Delta zone, the extension officials act as the most important disseminator of agricultural information. Next slide, please. My third objective is to develop a suitable scales and index. Farm diversification being a decision-making process got affected by the influence of attitude towards farm diversification. 160 statements were selected and screened by Edwards informal criteria, and 66 statements finalized were then subjected to judges' opinion on 11-point continuum, ranging from most favorable, neutral to most unfavorable. Those items with the high scale values and the smaller Q values would be selected in this table. Next slide, please. After conducting the reliability and validity of the scale, the ability to discriminate the respondents was worked out. It can be inferred from the table that the majority, the traditionally undiversified farmers found to have an unfavorable attitude towards diversification. Thus, the value of chi-square also indicates that there is a significant differences between undiversified and diversified farmers related to the attitude towards diversification. Next slide, please. It could be seen that among the total diversified farmers, 2/3 were found to possess moderate.
I think Kavipriya, please skip all these
Just
slides.
give us the final contribution.
Yeah.
Ma'am,
What is
actually,
Yeah.
this is my contribution. I have
what is your final contribution?
Kavipriya, please tell me on which slide you would like to switch over right now.
sir, actually, that's my contribution, sir. I have developed the decision support system, and I also have developed a scale, and I also have developed an index. That's all are here. This is also my decision support system, sir. It's a screenshot of my system. Sir, okay.
Okay.
Just a come to empirical model. Diversification. In this study, diversification was studied in both macro and micro level. For macro, secondary data were collected from the trend the trend has identified by employing percentage analysis, compound growth rate with different indices. And at the firm level, primary data were used to study the decision-making pattern of farmers. A triple DC model was developed under its problem of farmers, merits on alternative, the percentage of diversified crops, and its sources of information to continue the same crops was identified. Studied the perceived factors, socio-economic and psychological factors influencing farm diversification. From that, suitable attitude scale and index were developed, and the nature of farm budgeting was also studied. From all these results, a decision support system was developed to benefit the farmers in choosing the best alternative crops. Thank you. Sir, any questions?
Thank you.
No, I think I don't have any question. Good work, Kavipriya. Thank you.
Yeah, it's really
Thank
good
you,
work.
ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Our work is the presentation of our capabilities. So thank you everyone. Now I would like to request Dr. Sonu Goyal ma'am to give her special comments on the session.
I think I would just like to say that the work by all the candidates was really good. Was very happy to be here, seeing all the presentations and the research work. One thing that I can say is that this is just
Sonu
a
Goyal
start.
ma'am, are you there?
Yes, I am there. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you.
Yeah. So basically, all I'm saying is that the only message that I would have for all the researchers here is that this is just the start of their journey, and it's a good start for them. And hopefully, with few comments that have come from all the three panel members, is primarily that your research, whatever work that you undertake for research, should have some theoretical and practical contribution to the body of knowledge that you're working in, right? Unless we do that, then otherwise it's only research for the sake of research. And I think that's a very important aspect of research that we must pay attention to. Otherwise, good work by all of you. And as I said, this is just the start of your research journey. So all the best to all the candidates here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, I would like to request Jeevan Jyoti ma'am to present her views on the session. Ma'am, please.
Well, dear participants, kudos to all of you for bearing us, because I'm little critical when I come to such platforms. The purpose behind being critical is that we people, I will not say you people, so that we people can contribute. We as an academician show some contribution to the theoretical world and to the practical world. So I think you people have worked more, and when you go back from here, as well as us, we will go more informed, more educated, more knowledgeable, and with a direction in our mind. As ma'am said, that you need to concentrate upon the contribution part. You need to address certain gaps. Only then our role as an academician will be praised or will be worthy, I'll say. So with these words, I congratulate the organizers as well as the participants, and a big thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Gratitude can transform common days into thanksgiving, turn routine jobs into joy, and change ordinary opportunities into blessing. Now, the result for best PhD thesis presentation will be announced tomorrow in the valedictory session. We will share the link of the valedictory session to you. Now, I request rapporteur of the session, Dr. Kishan Rathore sir, to kindly give vote of thanks.
Thank you, madam. I, Dr. K. Rathore, deem it a great honor, privilege, and pleasant duty to propose vote of thanks on behalf of Prestige family. I extend my sincere thanks to our honorable panel member, Dr. Kasif Hussain, Head of the School of Media and Communication, Faculty of Social Science and Leisure Management, Taylor University, Malaysia, for sparing his precious moment from his busy schedule and sharing his priceless thought with us. Thank you, sir, for making this event a very special for all of us. We are very grateful to you, sir. I would also like to express our sense of obligation to our second panel member, Honorable Dr. Jeevan Jyoti, Madam, Department of Commerce, University of Jammu, for dignifying with her wonderful presence. We are very thankful to you, Madam. I also would like to express our sense of obligation to our third panel member, Honorable Dr. Sonu Goyal, Professor, International Management Institute, New Delhi, for dignifying with her wonderful presence. We are very thankful to you, Madam. Also, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to our Dr. S.S. Bhakar, sir, Director, Prestige Institute of Management, Gwalior, for providing us his constant support and guidance in this event, without which it was not possible for us to conduct such event. Thank you a lot, of, sir, for your continuous guidance and support. I also would like to acknowledge the contribution of all those participants who have presented this thesis in this session. I also thanks to my co-rapporteurs for helping and supporting me at every step for making this session unforgettable. And also would like to thanks to all my faculty colleagues, staff, and other members for selfless support for this event. Thank you very much to you all once again.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rathore.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam.
We can leave now.
Yeah, with your permission, can we switch off session?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much for every participant, members present over here, for giving their valuable time to us.
Thank you, sir.